Hello, hello, hello. Is this better actually be working? Oh, if it's not, I'm gonna be angry. It's not, is it? Oh, it is. It is working. Excellent. All right. So, that goes bye-bye. This comes out. Switch over to this. All right, we are here. We are ready to go. I should probably take this blue hoodie off, considering I have a blue screen behind me. That's gonna start looking weird. Hello, hello. I see we already have somebody joining us. I wonder if that's Shnola. If so, welcome back, my man. It has been a little while. Alright, where did we leave off here? We've got some ring power that we need to collect. That is an excellent start. 2 points. One of them's got to go here. The other one going right down here. Whew. Alright, we got a bunch of messages. Oh, is one of them an announcement? Locations. Alright. We need to look at our upgrades. What are we going to upgrade? We still need a level 16 barracks. Let's get that going. Yeah. We want guardians, but we don't want to start them yet. Can we afford a military academy? We can. Let's do it. Oh, I still need to build this thing. But we need a main hall 9. Alright. Sounds good. We are waiting on that. Get some levy going. See what the market has to offer. Don't need anything yet, but it's good to know. We got options. Let's get some training on the go. We need more. What the hell? I need more iron. Now we can visit the market. Because we saw some iron. Alright, that should help. Back down here we go. Look at that. Yeah, we need a... Oh boy, that's expensive. God damn, but we need cav archers. Alright, let's see. Let's just get 1,000 or so of them. And we can get 1,200 of them. Yeah, that'll help. That will help. Chat is disabled for this live stream. What? Why is chat disabled for this live stream? What is going on? What? Alright, I guess I'll have to, there we go. First, Shnola, what's up? I figured you were here. Sorry didn't say hi to you guys when you got in. OBS, for some reason, has chat disabled. So I've got to work something else out here. But we got it. It's fine. How's everybody doing tonight? Thank you very much for joining. I wanted to get one thing out of the way nice and early. Over 300 subscribers. That is absolutely insane. Thank you all so much for the support. I'm glad I've been able to help some people out. But yeah, seeing that number was crazy. So, as you may have seen, I just got some upgrades and some conscriptions on the go there. Already got a bunch of troops ready to go. Let's see, we gotta fill up Theoden here. Can we? No, we got no wounded troops to recover. And we've got Eowyn here. So I don't know. Theoden's still only 26. That's why on the start screen I had as one of the last things for today's plan. I wasn't sure if I was going to try a 200 or not. We'll see how it goes. But Shnola and Gideon Lim, how are you guys doing? It is great to see you here. My Boromir skill. Bam. So I got my Boromir to respect 5 pretty early. So I was able to go right into the Horn of Gondor skill. Hey Chica, how's it going? But as you can see, I just went 2 points into High Warden of the White Tower, so I could put 1 point into Disarm. As I said, you only need 1 point into Disarm to actually activate the damage reduction here. Air is a pretty good skill, that stacking defense on all your allies. That might help your wardens out. Shnola might make them a little bit more tanky. That warden skill that you were talking about, that 1 instance of avoidance is still pretty good. Collaboration allows Boromir himself to do more damage. And then defensive stance, it reduces the damage taken. Right? It's pretty insane. That's what I mean. Like, people were kind of overlooking that skill until somebody popped in chat and said, do you guys all know that that's 500%? At that point, we all kind of went, oh, I think I'll take it. And as you can see for my Boromir, oh, we're getting some lag here. All right, there we go. For my Boromir, I'm focusing on might-based equipment. Things like Flay, I really like. Gallant, just to increase his might even more. Something like this to give melee units like your Wardens, Shnola, more defense. Same with something like this, Inspire. It increases some damage by a little bit. Yeah, I mean, it does make sense when you think about it, doesn't it, Chica? Like, if you were to take if you were to disarm somebody and, like, knock their sword out of their hand, I don't know, I'd probably say a fist does 500% less damage than a sword, wouldn't you? Like, it's logical. It's just surprising. I've got a point to put into Aragorn. Well, I think we're going to start... Yeah, we're going to start into the Dunedain Chieftain skill. I want to get this maxed now that I have Anduril. And I have my stun immunity for men units. So does that help with your Boromir a little bit, Shnola? Oh, up to 6 viewers. Welcome, everybody. Thank you very much for joining. As always, open Q&A. Any questions, feel free to ask. I will try and answer any and all that I see. I will say, the last stream, it was getting a little hard to keep up. We had quite a bit of people in, but I enjoyed it. I think I may need to start using that slow mode at some point, though. Awesome. Good to hear, Shnola. I was really concerned, to be honest, when I saw that comment that you left about the game being pay to win. It sounded like there was a lot of frustration in that comment. And I mean, I can understand that there are areas of the game that can be frustrating, especially for a free-to-play player. But I'm glad to see that you're back into it, having a good time, having a good go, getting things rocking strong. What skills would I pick for Thranduil? Let's go take a peek. I don't actually have him myself on this account, but let's take a peek, because I've looked at him before, as long as things aren't too different. Yeah, that Mirkwood's Vigor, I remember that was... Yeah, so Mirkwood's Vigor and Whirlwind are two big ones. Swing, it's alright, but it doesn't have anything extra on it, like prioritizing melee units. That's why I like Whirlwind. Mirkwood Vigor, obviously the continuous poison damage is just great. If you only have him at Respect 1, then your only other option is to go Grey Elf. Grey Elf is a great skill to have. The avoidance it offers is always helpful. Shield Training helps ranged units stay alive, and then Deadeye helps ranged units kill things faster. So if you've got a Respect 1 or a Respect 0 or a Respect 1 Thranduil, you know, stick with these two trees, obviously, and I would prioritize Vigor, Whirlwind, Grey Elf, and then both of these. If you do end up increasing his respect, yeah, Heir of the Greatwood or Greenwood Great, obviously for that bit of healing, is going to be really nice. Wrath of the Mirkwood's just going to increase the damage. Extra poison damage. Wow. He'd be a crazy defender at the end. And then, yeah, so if you can get him to Respect 5, King of the Woodland Realm and Elven Leader are huge. This, unfortunately, is only a defensive... Well, not only. This activates in every battle, so that always helps. But this part of it only activates when you're getting attacked. But it's worth it to get... give your elves a chance to follow up every round. And I would say, if you end up going with this and really liking it, you would want to sacrifice your Grey Elf tree to pick up this. So that would look like Mirkwood's Vigor, Whirlwind, Heir, King, Elven Leader. Something like that. That at least would be the way I went with Thranduil. And you're going to be prioritizing probably might and focus with your gear. Yeah, he's definitely a strong commander. For sure. He's tier 3 for a reason. Grats on getting him. Yeah, it's a bit of a counterintuitive ring build at first, Chica. But like I said, once you start understanding things a little bit more, it kind of makes sense. With Dwarf Hero, what skill to max first? Which Dwarf Hero? I'm going to assume... sorry, this is at Joseph. Do you mean Dwaylen? Joseph? Tyler Curves. Can you please go over the Undead King Commander? Yes, I can. I've actually used him. I did some testing with him. So yeah, Joseph, get back to me. If that was Dwaylen, I will definitely take a look at him for you. But I'm just going to address the Undead King for Tyler Curves. So when I had him, I was able to get him I believe, to respect 3. What did I go? I maxed this because reducing the enemy commander's might and focus is amazing. Yeah, I don't think I can't remember if I maxed either of those. I might have, but I definitely maxed this. It seems weird when you see that nobody can be healed. But the thing is, healing is more important for the good faction than it is the evil faction. And so being able to shut down all of their healing from commanders like Éowyn, Theoden, Arwen, Galadriel, Gandalf, there's so many commanders in the good faction that have some sort of, he is a good commander. But if you're getting into good PvP, then that's very helpful. There is some healing on the evil side. Yeah, when I was using him, I got to preface that when I was using him, we didn't have evil factions to play against in the beta other than the AI. So all the PvP that I used him in was against the good faction. And so shutting down their healing was really helpful. Yeah, against evil, there's not as much healing. There is some. The Uruk-hai commanders and things like that do have some healing, but there's not quite as much. The damage boost is still good, though. But it does lead into intimidation, which reduces might even more and gives a chance of being stunned, I believe, every round. Yep. And then confusion reduces focus and gives a chance of being silenced every round. So he can work well against both melee or like might or focus based commanders. Yeah, I remember. Okay, I did get him to 3 because I tried this skill out. It's tricky because it works really well against some enemy compositions if your units have a higher minimum damage than they do. But going against something like, again, I was doing a lot of good versus good PvP, so when I came up against the Elves, if they sent in something like their March Wardens that have a really high minimum damage, then this doesn't really help very much. But against evil, there are units like the Alchemists who have a minimum damage of 1. So if you were to come up against them with this skill, that would really reduce the damage that Alchemists do against you. And it leads into Madness, which helps a lot. It causes enemy units to attack enemies and allies alike. Chaotic Retreat, which reduces enemy defense, always helpful. And then if you can get him to respect 5, this is just an amazing skill, giving your undead extra speed and stun immunity, cannot be affected by any skills during the battle preparation phase. There are so many that really affect the course of a battle that this skill does pay off. And then he just has more stun and more increased damage at the end here. So he is a really strong commander. He can be a little bit tricky to use. I'll say that. Alright, let me just see. Joseph, yeah, that was Dwaylen. Okay. So I'm going to head back to Joseph here and address Dwaylen, and then I'll catch up with others. Actually, I'll show you my Dwaylen as an example, because I have him. Alright. It's not a great example. I've got him at respect 5. At respect 5, I've I'm going Giant Slayer with him to make him a counter to trolls. But when you're starting off, Experienced Warrior is probably the best one to max first with him. A lot of people want to go for his healing, which is good if you don't increase his respect at all. But if you if you plan on getting him to respect 3, then once you get these skills, having what is it? Yeah, this one. Skill damage during combat, increasing the amount of damage that something like All In does. I can't remember at max. This is, I think it's over 500 or 600% physical damage. So increasing that by even more. This one prioritizes, that's that Whirlwind again, which prioritizes melee units. And then Experienced Warrior just increases his normal attack damage, even more so against melee units. So he can just clear out enemies' front lines really fast. Again, if you get him to respect 5, he can make a really good counter to trolls because you get this this skill. I need water. And then you pair him, you put Dwarven Master Throwers. Dwarven Master Throwers on him, along with either Cav Archers, like Cavalry Archers, or Bow Knights from the Elves, since they all have the Giant Slayer skill themselves, and also do bonus damage against large units. So again, the healing, it's an option, but he's not really a he's not really a focus-based commander. He's a might-based commander. So he's not going to benefit as much from healing abilities. Gideon Lim, I've still only got 4 comms, which I'm pretty sad considering the amount of time I've played this. I mean, the game's not even a week old, Gideon. 4 commanders is not terrible if you're not, if you're like Wales, they generally have more than that, but as a free-to-play player, 4 commanders would be pretty good. It's not easy to recruit them if you don't have a lot of gems to pump into Matham chests. Not a problem. Give me that 11. Glad I could help. What is the ring build? I will pull that up now. So I do, in the beginning, I do max this out early just because I like having the early march speed. But then I skip straight up to control and I max that out. I did end up putting a few extra points into stamina. I didn't really mean to. I wanted to come down and max this first. But I've got the commander experience getting maxed out. At that point, I may work on maxing stamina, or I may just start investing points into these immediately to reduce my mock battle costs. This reduces the stamina cost, and this reduces the grain cost, and then this actually increases the mock battle experience gain. So getting those and then getting max stamina will allow me to more efficiently mock battle. Quick order, once I get that maxed out, allows for faster repositions. Once I need more forts, I'll start putting a few points into battle lines. But my next focus skills are going to be focus damage, physical damage, dexterity, and then working my way down into abundant force, and probably eventually powerful sweeping. Awesome. You went from 1,000 wardens dead down to 200 just from changing over? Sounds good, Schnola. King dead, what is up, my man? Good to see ya. Joseph, I ask because of Durin's blood skill. So if I put 15 in that and 0 in the rest, do nothing. Yeah, so if you put 15 in Durin's blood and don't have any skills, then he's not giving a bonus damage to anything. So you want to make sure he's got at least one combat skill before you max out Durin's blood. That's why I would suggest going the experienced warrior tree first, and then go into Durin's blood. How goes the grind from King Dead? It goes, man. I've been a bit slower going than the rest of Rohan, but I'm getting there. I was thinking of trying my first 200 tonight, but I don't know. Because I've got a Theoden here at 33,000. I got an Eowyn here at 32. So, I don't know. Could be close. Give me that lovin'. I've built my ring nearly the same as you. I've maxed stam and ability points, though, and now I'm working on XP. Good stuff, man. Good to hear. What's mock battle cost for stamina? When you upgrade the ring ability here to max, each mock battle only costs 10 stamina instead of 20. Oh, wait, I could, you know what? I may just come over here and set this up as an XP farm. Theoden, go! Man, I caught up faster than I thought. I hope I was still able to cover everything that everyone asked well enough then. Hope I didn't speed through anything too much. I see we're up to 14 now. Welcome to the stream. Anyone just joining us that I haven't said hi to yet? It's an open Q&A as always. Any questions, feel free to ask. I will try and get to any and all that I can. I'm just grinding away myself as it goes. Mr. PK, how's it going? Oh yes, MacArthur, yes. How is it going over on S16 with the Gondorian pirates? You're with King Dead, aren't you? No, give me that lovin'. I'm not necessarily lucky. I've done something here that I don't know how open about it I should be, but yeah, I had to take some measures to find this land. If you notice, there's some red tiles over here. I may have ventured away from home a little bit. And by a little bit, I mean a fair amount, I guess. Because I started here. But I mean, this is where the open land was, so. I do have... I just want to show this, because I know there are some people still struggling with relocation. So I had this set up as a relocation plot. if you see here, I've got a 3x3 plot of land in territory that we control. Now, I don't have all my commanders on standby in my settlement, so I won't be able to relocate. But as you can see, it's surrounded by resource tiles. I made sure that it wasn't next to mountains, rivers, other keeps, other settlements, anything like that. It meets the region restrictions. I've got my relocation token. All I'd have to do is recall all of my armies back to my settlement, and then I would be able to relocate my keep or my settlement over here, no problem. So hopefully, if there's anyone that's tuning in right now that's still been struggling to figure out relocation, that is how you get that done. What skill use for Éowyn and Merry and Merry and Pippin I'm actually gonna have to look at. I've set Merry and Pippin up, I think, as a tip commander. But Éowyn, this is how I've got Éowyn set up. Rohirrim always gets maxed. Stacking damage buff modified by speed is great. Cleave, I maxed that because it's also modified by speed. I do want to go into this one next, but after Rohirrim and Cleave, I went into White Lady of Rohan to get the healing and stun immunity, extra healing with frontline rescue, and then I'm working on nobility to increase the damage of my men units even further. And so like I said, once I get this to max, I'm going to come over here and work on riding excellence to reduce the damage that my mounted units receive. If I have any points left over, I'll probably come up into Shield Maiden. Maybe, actually, yeah, I might actually go into Durnhelm if I have any extra points just to pump out extra damage. And for equipment, I was focusing on speed and might. And then Merry and Pippin, as I said, right now I'm setting them up as a tip commander. Once you get this to max, they act as 2 commanders. You can increase their focus. Doing this would increase the amount of healing gained by these, especially this one. You can get increased experience from tips that they complete. But if you don't want to make him a tip commander, then War Chant with the heals. And if you can get him to respect 3, Hobbit Adventurer with Giant Slayer would probably be a great way to go, because then you could set them up as a counter to Trolls as well. Ents, Ent Friend is a good one if you can get Ents. Like if you end up getting an Ent camp, it might be worth coming in and respecking Merry and Pippin just to get this, just to give them some extra speed. That would be, I believe, 35 speed added onto the Ents with that at max, which is quite a bit. Yeah, PK, I'm doing well. I'm busy now. Between the new job, I'm working during the day, and the release of the game, it's keeping me nice and busy. So it's been a fun week so far. How's everything going with you, man? Hopefully well. What skill tree do I recommend for legendary Aragorn? Let's go take a look at legendary Aragorn. Whoop. I've almost got him myself. So you're probably going to want to go LSR right off the bat. Getting that healing is going to be great, along with Elven Blessing. Yeah, Exorbitance this whole tree is going to be excellent to choose right off the bat. Yeah, because this increases the damage of units, you can sacrifice his commander damage early on to max these out if you want. Even if you forego, even if you forego this, the healing off this is probably going to be enough. So if you were to max this as well as this, and then go into Andoril, Call of the Week, and Weapons Expertise. I don't know what respect level you have him at, but if you do have him at a higher respect level, Strider is okay if you get him to respect 3. Precise Blow grants Pursuit, which is nice. Getting the extra stats from base equipment and being able to use all the equipment is pretty good. But his respect 5 tree is definitely where he shines. They take less damage if they do get affected by stun or madness. His damage gets pumped up quite a bit from round 5 onwards. And all men units that you put on him get a pretty large attack and defense buff if you can get this to max. So to me, he kind of looks more like a commander that wants to buff his units and then do his own damage secondary. But you could set him up if you were to just go like the Andoril tree, full-on Strider. If you were to go like the full-on Andoril and Strider trees, he would do a lot of damage himself. And you'd be sacrificing your troops. Whereas if you take the LSR tree, you're going to be helping your troops out a little bit more. But regardless, you're going to want to go, like most Aragorns, you're going to want to focus on, as you can see here, might and speed. Awesome to hear, PK. Glad to hear you guys are doing well over there. I may have to come start an account on that S16 just to say hi. Maybe I'll do that on stream tonight. My last question for this stream. Where you go to play Zero to Hero series, which server? I don't know yet, Shnola. Unfortunately, it's on the list, but I want to get a few videos out first. I want to get some of my old videos updated. So it's on the list, but I'll have to figure that one out when I get to it. No, Alice A, you may not have got the start time wrong. I had originally scheduled this for 10 o'clock, but then I ended up bumping it up by an hour. Oh, I know you would, King. Yeah, I don't know, that might be fun. Maybe we'll do that a little later on. How long is season 1? And hello to both Alice A and Orange Loons. Leans? Loons? I don't know how to pronounce that. But Orange. I'm just going to call you Orange. Alright, good night, Shnola. It was great to see you again, buddy. Sorry I couldn't be more specific on the Zero to Hero series. But thank you for joining us, Alice A and Orange. Season 1 should be about 2 to 3 months, is what we've been told they expect the season to last, but we still don't know for sure. King, come on, buddy, do your tricks. Alright, let's dispatch a Gimli. And an Aragorn. Alright, got them all going. Wait, really? Wow. Theoden's kind of a beast. Well, I guess she's doing siege damage that I don't need. Wow, he even did a lot of siege damage to that. Wow, that went better than I thought. Oh, it is great to have you here, Alice A. What are you having trouble with migrating to the other side? Are you just not understanding how to, like, move further? I imagine you've seen the movement range circle on your map that surrounds your settlement. Your settlement has a movement range circle, but then each fort that you build, which is one of these things here, each of these has its own movement range circle. So as you can see, this one's the exception, but this fort here, I built this one right at the edge of my initial movement range circle. Once you do that, you can move a commander in, and they are then able to use the new movement range. In order to build a fort, you just need to come to one of your tiles, click on the build option, and you'll have the fort to select here. You can rename it if you would like. There's all the costs. Click build, and you've got a 2-hour wait time. Have you been taking your own path? The other thing that some new players don't understand right away is that you can march off other players' tiles. So if you can see here, I don't have any green tiles in this area, but I can still send a commander to march on these tiles adjacent to the purple ones. This also works on blue tiles. I did start playing on them on mobile, but I eventually, more because I can't type worth a crap on the phone keyboards, I decided to try and set it up on PC, which you can do using an Android emulator. I use Nox, but BlueStacks works as well. There is also another option for movement, though, Alice, that this is something they just added to the game, so I'm still getting used to it myself. But if you go to a region that your faction controls, so I don't have any movement range here, but if I choose to march on it and click one of my commanders, I can use the long march option. If you click that tile, you can see here that it just popped up the ability point cost. It will charge you 10 ability points, but it will allow you to march on tiles outside of your movement range. So like I said, it's expensive ability point wise, but it can really help if you don't want to take the time to fort all the way to where you want to go, or what have you. So that is a new option, long march. That might be able to help out. There we go, the thumbs up. There we go. Hopefully that helps you. Not a problem, Jason. Like I said, it's a brand new feature that was in none of the betas, so I was still kind of getting used to it myself, and I'm not sure what ring level that unlocks at. I know you don't get that long march option immediately, but I'm not exactly sure when the game gives you access to it. Okay, nonsense. 2 questions. Ring level 40, what would you recommend for skill tree, and what do you recommend for Gandalf skill tree? So I'll just show you here. I'm at ring level 40 as well. nonsense. This is the ring build that I go. I max out control. I also max out the march speed, alacrity. But then the next one I'm focused on maxing is commander experience. Once I get this maxed, I'm going to work on stamina cost, rationing, and I'll probably just max all three of these, and then work on stamina, and then abundant power, abundant dexterity, wisdom, and then probably down into, well, I don't know, maybe not in that order for these last ones. I don't focus as much on prioritizing these ones, but early game, I make sure to generally build my ring this way. The reason this is so important is because you refresh your ability point cap over a 24-hour period. So right now, I'm refreshing 30 ability points over 24 hours as opposed to 20 over 24 hours. In essence, I'm recovering ability points faster than somebody who doesn't have this at max. And then you also asked about Gandalf. I will show you what I'm doing here. Because Gandalf, they also changed completely from the beta. This skill used to be over here. But now, I definitely think going Mithrandir and Convener is absolutely huge. If you have them at Respect 3, I would put 1 point into Wizard as soon as you can. Because that allows you to get a stun. But you only need 1 point into Wizard to get that stun. So now that I've got my stun, Mithrandir, and Convener, I'm probably going to come over into White Council myself because I have Respect 5. Otherwise, I would likely go with the Gray to get the healing as well as the increased focus. Fleeting movements to gain avoidance. And then Blindside to gain another stun. Any points left over go into Free Peoples. And this one, I'd probably even only put 1 point into this just for the stun. And then go max Free Peoples. Before trying to max this out. Because again, the damage isn't really what you're looking for on this. The stun is kind of what you're getting it for. Tyler Curves. Do I think with the other two evil factions in Season 2, they will give evil side more commanders? It seems good side has a lot more commanders than evil. No, I don't really think there's going to be many more commanders added right away. If we do see any more, I think that'll be maybe a couple seasons in, 2 or 3. But I'm pretty sure they have the same number of commanders within maybe 1 or 2. Orange, I hope I covered your question when I just covered Gandalf for nonsense. If not, let me know and I'll cover it again for you. Any other dwarf worth getting? Yes. Mr. Gimli. And this is for Joseph again. Gimli is great. I go with the Lockbearer tree. Gives healing, which is nice. But the main reason I go for it is to get friendly relations and protect elves. So with this, you can max this out. Use the guardians from dwarves who have a really high defense naturally. And something like the bow knights from elves that have a really high attack, and your guardians are going to protect the bow knights as well as get a really nice defense buff on top of it. Plus, elves and dwarves are just going to receive a bunch less damage. With these two, it even makes wardens or the sentinels viable. I just say bow knights because they're generally the best. Elven archers for their speed. Once you get this, you can go up into experienced warrior to get increased attack damage. I would probably suggest collaboration. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure Durin's Blood would affect collaboration. So if you were to go experienced warrior, collaboration, and then start putting points into Durin's Blood, or you could go experienced warrior, hunt down Durin's Blood. But that kind of thing would be my suggestion. And then if you do get him to rank 5 or respect 5, whichever you want to say, these can be alright. They're not great. The heal block is pretty good. And as you can see, this just gives a damage boost against melee units specifically. So, but I find it's this tree right here that really makes Gimli good. Ring level 25. It's the best. Gandalf is OP now. Yo, Anxious Rhino, what's going on, my man? Thanks for joining us. It took me 2 or 3 betas to get all those. I played in multiple betas, so I had a fairly large gem refund when I started live, and was able to get a ton of Matham chests. Gideon Lim, should I focus on T3s and abandon the rest? Yes. If you have tier 3 units, you should be using them pretty much all the time. Because if you use tier 2 units and you run into tier 3 units, you're going to lose 9 times out of 10. Or you're going to have to use so many more tier 2 units to win the fight. And you're going to end up losing so many more that, it's probably going to balance out in the end. Your tier 3 units are also what you want to invest gold into to upgrade their skills. And that's what makes the troops really shine. Yes, a few must be in brackets. Give me that lovin'. Also, if you march to a keep, you can do that without making stops. There you go with that. I'm guessing that was with the long march tip. Lovin'. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Rhino's got my back. Thank you very much, buddy. Rhino has been with me through multiple betas as well. He knows what he's talking about. You can definitely trust Rhino if he's covering for me while I'm catching up. I appreciate that, buddy. All right. So, we haven't done anything with Eowyn yet. Oh, we did attack. I mean, we could probably friggin' take this thing out, couldn't we? Really? Wow. You're the man. Yeah, I can probably take this damn thing out. Screw it. Let's just go. So yeah, I guess if I'm taking this, oh, well, this is up in Amon Lock anyway. I'm still good here. I haven't actually encroached on their land yet. I mean, sure, maybe that was the plan anyway, but I haven't encroached yet. There we go. Look at it. It's a reunion. Yeah, I was thrown off at first by the 10 ability point cost, but when I thought about it again, you know, if you really need to march somewhere outside of your movement range, 10 ability points is worth it. You can recover them overnight. And yeah, like actually being able to move outside of that friggin' circle finally is amazing. Oh, I forgot to put the thingy up on the thingy. That's alright. So many dots. I've learned, though. Those that know. I've learned from last time. I'm not so willy-nilly with that chat window when I'm streaming. I still have my anti-spy measures set up, just in case, though. In case I really do need to address the chat. So we're at 121, so we got half it done. Fuck, Theoden could do it on his own if I had more stamina. Well, no, there's no, I don't know if there's a secret plan. I haven't been looking at chat. But I'm just saying that I'm trying to be a little more cautious. This is actually the nice thing. I'm not even part of the leadership group. So I got no idea what the plans are until they get announced. Nah, we got no spies here. Spies are people you don't trust. I trust everybody in my chat. You can see though that like I'm fighting that urge every now and then. I hover over it. I gotta remind myself, no, I don't think there's anything important in there that you really gotta see. From server 20, I usually ask that, Jason. I am genuinely curious to find out what server everybody is from. What faction are you playing, Jason? You don't trust you. I mean, sometimes. I mean, sometimes I don't trust myself either, is what I'm saying. But yeah, sometimes, Rhino. You know. I don't know. Those shifty eyes, man. Hey, there's Crown. Gotta say hi. Oh, wrong one. There we go. Ah, Nonsense is server 20 as well. Hotkey, the chat blocker. Oh yeah, hotkeys are a thing, aren't they? Oh, look at that. We got a couple of Gondorians from server 20 running into each other here. Alice, you're in server 1 as well. I'm in server 1. What faction are you, Alice? I mean, if you don't want to tell me, you don't have to. Do we have past Swan members left about? I may have a biased opinion on one because I'm part of the large Rohan group. So Ah, nice. Not your game name. Good call. Oh, okay. I've seen you in the chat. Get an FF near dead. Oh. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's where the chat blocker would come in handy. Because I don't know if they want people knowing about that. I mean, it's probably pretty obvious, but... Anyway. What made me pick Rohan? I had agreed to join in with a large group of veterans that were all joining together from betas, and we had decided to go Rohan. So, one of the reasons, like, we like Rohan because of the marshals, the T4 unit. Let me get over here, enter here. Whoop, no, gotta go here. God damn it. There we go. Marshals. These guys deal a ton of damage. This ability here gets pretty insane. So you pair those up with the naturally strong Cavaliers and some Bonites on somebody like Theoden or Eowyn. They just hurt. How's it going, Lonsec? Yeah, Rohan need a big W. Ah. Elves are really strong. March Wardens are a good unit. Alright, 1 second here. Gonna implement said anti-spy measures. What? Where'd they go? What happened? Where's the... Huh? Maybe not. What happened to the spy measures? They're gone. It's not working, man. Okay. That's weird. Properties? Yeah, no. Huh. Well, alright then. No anti-spy measures tonight. I will just quickly, if, whoop. Alright. Well, let's take a look here then. We've been assigned a task. Let's get that chat back up so I can see what is being said. There we go. There we go. Best troops for Aragorn, Boromir, men in general. Yeah, for Boromir and Aragorn, men and elves are probably your best bets. Elves, just because they do, like the Bonites anyway, they do a really high amount of damage and have a good speed. For non-mounted archers, you would want to use sharpshooters from Rohan. But then Cavaliers are a great unit to use on either Boromir or Aragorn. I have Boromir now and got my first 170s, but can't attack at the moment because we will do something soon. Oh, tease. Boromir skill tree. I've been asked for that again. We will pop that up here. So this is how I've got my Boromir setup nonsense. Because I have Respect 5, so I was able to go Horn of Gondor. If you don't have that, though, as you can see here on the initial skill tree, I put 2 points into this and 1 into Disarm just to get the Disarm damage reduction activated. That's a 500% reduction, even with the 1 point in there. Air is a great skill to increase the defense of your units. That's a stacking defense buff. The focus increase isn't anything to write home about. He doesn't really heal anyone. But if you take this, you can go into Gallant, which increases his might and his speed even more, as well as Nobility, which increases men damage. Warden grants avoidance, which is always nice. And then Collaboration just increases his personal damage, while Defensive Stance reduces the damage that one allied melee unit will take. So if you can get him to at least Respect 3, then he can be set up really well just by using these two trees. And like I said, getting just the 1 point into Disarm for that 500% damage reduction. Yeah, it's pretty sad, isn't it, Alice? There were so many people ready to get in at launch that, like you said, 15 minutes late and you couldn't get into Elves on server 1. Give me that lovin'. Your server 10, Lothlorien as well. Nice. And Alice, you say you've got Faramir and you don't really like him. I can kind of understand what you mean. He's an odd commander. But I will say that Rangers of Ithilien is a really good skill just because it grants initiative to your units, which means they're going to attack first. And then flanking is a great skill because it allows him to prioritize ranged units. Ranged units generally, if not always, do more damage than the frontline units. So anytime you're able to prioritize them is great. So if you can get this skill to max, along with Rangers of Ithilien, and even Rush, his best friend for troops is Dunedains. And then once you can get him to Respect 3, Guide is the next one that you definitely want to max. This is going to give all of your allied units a 45% damage increase for the first 2 rounds, as well as stun immunity. You can then go into Armed Escort to deal more damage and provide a little bit of a heal. But then Foresight here actually allows him to, or allows your units to ignore avoidance. Units like Oathbreakers, their physical damage immunity actually counts as avoidance, so this gets around it. But there's there are a lot of enemy units that have some form of avoidance, or a lot of commanders that grant some form of avoidance. So anytime you can get something like Foresight to ignore it is a great option. So hopefully that helps build your Faramir maybe a little bit differently. Because if you can get him set up that way, and then for gear, look at focusing on his might and his focus. The focus is going to be helpful if you can get into rank 3. Because focus, as you can see here, it affects the amount of healing done by this skill. So that's why he's got a bit of a higher focus. He's still not an absolutely amazing commander by any means, but he can be pretty good, especially with that ranged priority. Like I said, you throw Dunedains on with him, and he's amazing. No problem. Hope it helps. Ah, nice. You do have Rangers of Ithilien to max. That's excellent. So yeah, I would definitely say go up into whatever that skill was that I was talking about that does the thing. Flanking. Yeah, definitely go up into flanking next. Just to get that ranged unit prioritization. And you should find a bit of a difference going against archers anyway. Daniel Wynn, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining. And Chandler Smith, welcome back. What do I think the best skills to go in for Boromir, Gandalf the Grey, and Aragorn is right now? S1 is popping off pretty well, Chandler Smith. As people would probably expect, Rohan is busy. I'm starting to catch up a little bit, doing all right. But Daniel Wynn, I don't know if you just caught my little chat about Boromir here as to the abilities that are good for him. If you didn't, let me know and I'll go over that again. But Gandalf, you're definitely going to want to max Mithrandir since they give you access to that early on. Convener, get 1 point into Wizard for the stun if you get him at Respect 3. If not, stick to the Grey Tree, go with Fleeting Movements, and then Blindside. Free Peoples can be good as well, obviously, just to reduce damage taken by your army. Aragorn, as you can see here, I maxed Anduril to get that nice 300% physical damage and the might bonus. I now want to go into Dunedain Chieftain to get this to max. This is going to be plus 30 defense to my whole army, plus 2 HP once this gets to max. I put 2 points into this and 1 point into this just to give everybody stun immunity. But that's only applicable if you get them to Respect 5, which can be difficult to do, admittedly. So if you don't get him to Respect 5, Strider's not a great tree to go into, really. These abilities are so good. Brawling Training, as you can see here, melee units, he's kind of the opposite of Faramir in that sense. He doesn't prioritize them, but he does a lot of damage against melee units. Well Prepared gives your melee units a counterattack, kind of like the Wardens. And then Weapons Expertise and Call the Weak are really good skills. So if you don't get them any higher, or even if you do get them to Respect 3, I wouldn't really suggest going into this tree. These ones are generally the more powerful ones, in my opinion. And for gear, you're going to want to focus on might and speed. Raymond Ferris, I hope you just caught the Aragorn speech there. Lonsek, if you send me some screenshots on Discord, I can take a look at them. No one has capped a keep in S3 yet. That doesn't surprise me. If there's not a lot of if it's mainly new players, then yeah, you're going to expect a slower start to keep taking. Because you've got to realize brand new players don't understand that those are even objectives that they need to be going for most of the time. So it's going to take people kind of rallying troops and getting everyone to understand that, okay, we got to start taking some land. And hey, maybe that'll be on you now, Chandler, for your faction. You can start firing them up. Seen all the Rohan getting comfy in Gondor. Yeah, I think, I'm pretty sure there was a bunch of Rohanians, I don't know, going down there because they wanted to get Oathbreakers. And Gondor land is the only place you can get Oathbreakers. Oh, there we got a 200 right there. All right. So, oh crap, forgot this is on a timer. All right. All right, Raymond, I am glad you were able to catch that. Hopefully it helped. Got the same ring power as you and has been pulling teeth to coordinate. Yeah, it can be. It can be pretty hard sometimes to get people on the same page. Alright, I think we should be able to take this. Yeah, Theoden did level up from it, so let's give him a point. What are we going for now? Yeah, I think I want to go... Yeah, I want to get this max now. No, Chandler. Once you declare war, there is a 6-hour preparation period. You've got to wait 6 hours, and then you get the buff. For Éowyn, I'll give you a peek at her in a second here. So, Éowyn, it's not going to help. Whoop. And mine, again, I've got Respect 5, so it skews it a little bit, but she's easier to get to Respect 5. The main priority for Éowyn, though, is to get Rohirrim to max. The stacking damage buff plus the extra might, as well as Cleave, put out a lot of damage. If you can get her to Respect 5 quickly, then White Lady of Rohan and Frontline Rescue make her an incredible healing commander for mounted units. But you only put mounted units on her, really. Like, I've got other units on her right now because I just don't have enough to spread between Theoden and Éowyn. And I'm leveling Theoden right now. But you can increase the damage of men with nobility. If you don't have her to Respect 5, then again, you want to go Rohirrim into these trees, Cleave and Riding Excellence to reduce the damage mounted units take, and then you can go into Durnhelm, Cripple, Giant Slayer if you want her to be a troll killing machine. But I believe the most common build, if you don't get her to Respect 5, is Rohirrim and then up into Shield Maiden, Defensive Stance, and Attack Vitals to make her a bit more defensive focused. There you go, Chandler. You better get everybody on the ball. If you've blocked someone, can that person see your comments in the chat? I believe they can still see your comments, but you don't see anything that they write back. Oh, cool. Yep, we're going to take it. Easy peasy. Nice free fort. Check in-game PM. Will do. Ah, alrighty. We got some comms. So I'm guessing you've got her at Respect 3. If that's the case, then you're doing well. Like I said, if you want her to be a troll killing machine, then yeah, you can put Giant Slayer on her. Use Cavalry Archers, Master Throwers, and Bow Knights. Or Bow Knights, Master Throwers, and Guardians or Cataphracts if you want another mounted unit with higher defense. Mr. Gimli. Yeah, so like this is a good build for Gimli if you don't want to use dwarves and elves as units. If you do plan on using dwarves and elves as units, I would swap him over to the Lockbreaker and Protect Elves tree and just get that set up right away, because it makes him more of a commander that early game he's focused on kind of buffing his army, and then later on he can start pumping out some damage himself. Haldir, yep. Guide is perfect. Never have anything bad to say about a Haldir with a maxed guide. And you're going air with Boromir, so you've got, you've got the increased defense plus the increase in damage. So Boromir is looking good. Again, you can either, you're so close. Go ahead and max this. And then, at some point, get 2 points into Warden of Hightower and 1 point into Disarm, just to get that 500% damage reduction from Disarm. Other than that, gear, I understand, I usually don't talk about gear unless people specifically ask me to, because I feel like I don't want to say this in a condescending way at all. Like, I feel like it's kind of obvious once you understand the skills that your commander is looking for. Might and speed, you can kind of see it. Well, a lot of people understand that their gear generally is the one place that needs to be upgraded. So like for Boromir, that would be the only thing I'd have to say about him, is upgrade the gear. And you'd probably look at me and say, yeah, I was already planning on it. So, again, I just usually try and shortcut that by not commenting on the gear unless specifically asked. But skill-wise, they all look pretty good to me. Like I said, Gimli, you've got the option there. If you want to use elves and dwarves, go ahead and swap them around. If not, keep them the way you've got them. Even maybe take that other skill up here. I can't remember what it's called, but maybe get rid of these and go full on commander damage for them. And you've got options with Gimli, but he can be a very strong commander. So they must be like, why isn't she answering me? How hard was the fort to take? It was really easy, Chandler. I'll show you here. It was easier than I expected. I didn't think Theoden would solo both commanders, but now I'll show you my Theoden setup. He's doing, the army's doing a shit ton of damage and healing a little bit, but I'll just show you here. 76,000 damage from my soldiers. And then he also took these guys out real easy. And then at that point, it was just a case of doing siege damage. And as you can see, I was doing, at that point, 30,000 damage a hit with Theoden. And he put in 1, 2, 3. Yeah, he put in 3 attacks on it. And then Eowyn did 40,000 damage, or just under. And she put in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 attacks. So it was pretty easy. Collaboration, is that what the other skill is on Gimli up there? I can just go check, can't I? Like, hunt down. Yeah, you're right. Collaboration. Good job. So yeah, if you don't plan on using dwarves and elves, you could just scrap Lockbreaker altogether right now and throw those points up into collaboration. That'd be 3 points into collaboration? That'd be a nice increase in damage right away. Alright, let's get these guys back down into the fort now, because we need to look at getting a 200 near here. Okay, yeah, recall. 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 What are you doing all the way down here anyway? Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, that's what he was doing all the way down there. I guess I was coming to join for my Oathbreakers. I'll do that some other time, though. I got stuff to do now. Gonna try and hook up a 200. This would be a great one right here. So, is there anyone... anyone that can attack it with me if I need to? Oh yeah? Which one? This one here? ESPN? That's funny. Got some wounded units to heal. Oh, Ards. Oh, it's right in front of me. Oh my god. Blind as a bat. No, I haven't changed anything up on my ring. You can change your ring. You can reset your ring once a day. These abilities here don't reset, and if you notice, a lot of these are ones that I end up taking. You can reset it once a day, but this is the ring build that I go with early game. I focus on maxing control, commander experience, and then I'm going to work on my mock battle tree down here to get efficient mock battles rocking. You will, Alice. You'll keep lots of your land. Yeah, not a problem, Chandler. It's one of those things that I really think they should have a better explanation. As a better explanation about that in game, because there was a lot of us that had no idea about that until the first person actually maxed it. Hey Cody, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining, and not a problem, man. Especially Agzok. I absolutely loved him as an evil commander, so I am more than happy to help people build their Agzok. How much strength a single warband will need to take a 4 million strength keep? If you were to have... if you had 8 to 12 members at the keep, anywhere between 10,000 and 20,000 power per hour, you'd want at least 8 guys, or at least 8 people to have commanders of level 25 to 30. If you could have 8 people at least with commanders, at least 8 people with one commander at level 30 each, that would make things a lot easier to take out the defenders. And then it's just a matter of doing the 4 million siege damage within an hour. And that's actually really easy to calculate. If you're somebody that doesn't mind doing a little bit of math, if you just come into your siege or into your commander window here, you can actually see the amount of siege damage that your commander will do. So if you figure out how much siege damage your commander will do in one attack, And then down here is the stamina. So right now I would only have one attack with Eowyn. But at 120 stamina, that's 6 attacks. So if you have a commander at full stamina, and say you have 50,000 siege damage, which that's really high right now, but for argument's sake, if you had 50,000 siege damage on a commander and 6 attacks available, that commander would do 300,000 siege damage in total. If that commander needs to be used at all to take out defenders and loses troops or uses stamina, that number drops. But it's a great way to get a baseline of how much siege damage you're going to bring to a fight. So, like I said, if you could get 8 to 12 people and make sure that 8 of them at least have a level 30 commander ready to go, they would each probably need at least 1 or 2 backup commanders for siege damage. But then everybody else would just bring whatever commanders they have with whatever troops they have to do as much siege damage as possible. And like I said, as long as you could make sure that you do that 4 million siege damage in an hour before the defenders recover, then you'll take it no problem. I told another streamer about it Saturday, and he made a video on it the next day. Nice. That is awesome. Alice and Lance making friends with each other here. Okay, and yeah, I'm pretty sure somebody told me that this Discord link doesn't work, so I gotta get that Nightbot fixed tomorrow. Yeah, not a problem, Cody. I'm actually going to take this opportunity to go take a quick little break. I will return, and I'll be happy to answer any more questions. I'm going to be, just trying to set up for a 200 now. See if I can get that FF put up for us. So, as I said, I'm just going to take a quick little break, and we shall return. Oh, I didn't. So, this is a bit of an oops. I kind of slacked off, I guess, and I forgot to go and get myself a quote of the day and a fun fact of the day. They're supposed to be here on the Be Right Back screen, but they're not. They will be next time. I was redoing all my overlays. Didn't quite get to that part. Anyway, I'll be back. Transition. We're back. Thank you all for waiting. I hope you didn't get too rowdy while I was gone. I don't know, with King dead and Lonsec and Anxious Rhino and everybody here, it can get a little crazy. Sorry. Oh boy. Trolls. Yeah, so this is a 34 Eowyn. And he even had a bunch of cav archers. Yeah, and I want to go at it with what, a 31 and a 27? Yeah, I don't think that would be happening for me tonight. I would need somebody else to take out that first commander, I think. Either that, or I'd need to do one of my old tactics, if I had the troops for it, and just throw every goddamn thing I had right at the wall. Oh, Alice, Gondor's got plans, eh? Alright, let's see what kind of plans. Oh, jeez. What kind of plans I have. I got 2,000 sharpshooters to work with. That's about it. Got Cavaliers. I do have some cav archers. So let's get out of here first. Make sure Mr. Theoden's looking alright. Okay, he'd be up to 41. So actually, this might be doable. This might be doable. He's getting all loaded up, so I could send her. She's at 32. You know what? Oh, she can be even better. Let's fill her on up. Back out. And whoop. There you go. 34. Well, that was siege. 27. Good enough. So, I'm going to upgrade this fort. And we're going to get Galadriel over here. Oh crap, I may not. Because I think I... Yeah, he's still on a friggin' cooldown for... So how long is he waiting? 5 minutes. Okay, he can get an attack in. We can still do this. So, in 15 minutes, we're going to send Eowyn, Theoden, and Galadriel at this 200 tile. And we're going to take it. At least that's the attitude we're going to take. What's the strategy for getting there early? For getting where early? To the ring? My strategy, personally, was to be spawned pretty well within range of it. My initial movement range circle allowed me to build a fort right down here. Who is this? Ah, okay. Oh, it's this guy again. Yeah. This guy tried taking this tile from me the other day. That was funny. He failed. So, he's just taking what he can. Yeah, Chandler, I just spawned. I just spawned really close to it, so. No, I get that, Jason. I get that. It's definitely risky. It is definitely risky, but the only reason I'm even attempting it is because I've got Theoden here already geared out so that his speed and might are pretty good. He's increasing the attack on mounted units. So even if we face trolls, the cav archers are doing even more damage. He also increases their HP, increases their damage even more. We've got some healing going on from him. Eowyn is also increasing mounted unit damage by a lot, doing a lot of damage herself with her speed stat, and then she's providing a ton of healing, stun immunity, as well to her mounted units and any units that she's got. And then she's also increasing the damage that they deal as well. So, and then Galadriel, like I said, I'm sending her. She's got crazy focus damage, madness, and she's got some heals of her own. So if it wasn't that I had these three commanders, and again, I've got my gear on these three. She's the only one that doesn't have 100% familiarity yet to max out the stats. But I do have, I mean, her focus is even still low. I want that higher. But I'm pretty confident that these three commanders should be able to do it. I don't advocate other people trying this kind of thing, generally. Because if it does fail, it's going to hurt really, really badly. If all three of these guys get wiped on this tile, I'm going to set myself back 2 days just, recovering troops. So, it's very risky. Very risky. But, like I said, I am pretty confident that these three can take it. Hey, another helmet. Can always use one of those. Alright, who are we sending out? Oh, we need 2 on this anyway? Sure. Let's go for it. Oh boy, King of the Dead. I don't have any respect for him, I don't think, so don't really care. We'll send you 2 out. And King Aragorn, I do need more for him. Let's go with you 2. I'll do this again. What do we have here? I don't really find these worth it, to be honest. I mean, 1,000 gems for a friggin' purple. No, I can't justify it myself. Nope, we're gonna go with you 3. You can all use that nice little XP boost. Oh, well, screw you. I need an elven commander. And I need 2 dwarven commanders for that one. Don't have any tavern speed ups yet. Alright, we're going to go to the store. We're going to buy a tavern speed up. And now we're going to speed that up. What was this one? There you go. Excellent. Alright. Still have 8 minutes to wait on Galadriel. Why don't we do today's Red Book if it's available? It is not. 6 minutes. Fine. Red Book doesn't want to be a team player. And you know what? I just noticed we have 93,000 gold. Let's increase our chances of victory here. I know these are a tier 2 unit, but because there's a chance that I can face trolls on this tile, I do want to give them some increased damage, just in case. We do have... No, we won't do that. That's going to drop us too low. Yeah, and these guys I put gold into as well, just because it was an increase and I was going after, I think it was 130s or 170s early. So again, I needed the little bit of a damage increase, but I don't advocate spending gold on tier 2 units very often. So Cody, I know you had said you have more questions. We're still waiting 6 minutes before I have anything planned to do. If you've got any questions on the top of your mind, feel free. Anyone else, feel free. Otherwise, I'll just go through a few kind of administrative things of my own. I don't think I can afford conscripting anything yet. Well, a little bit. But, 3 hours. I could finish that. Let's do that. Raymond Ferris. What do you recommend using ring skills on? I'm guessing you mean these? Yeah. Like I said, I build control, or do you mean the ability points? Ah, sounds good, Chandler. That works too. If you're just hanging out to enjoy the stream. Which is the S2, Raymond? These ones here? Generally, I recommend mock battles. Just hit 17k power, Jason. Nice job, buddy. Mock battles, gathering is the other option. If you're low on a certain resource, you can send a commander out to gather. The higher level tile you gather on, the more resources you will gain. Takes half hour. No. These. Control, once you get it to max, as you can see here, I get 30 ability points, and you regain your max ability points over a 24-hour period. So once you max this, you're gaining 30 ability points over 24 hours as opposed to 20. In essence, you're recovering your ability points faster than someone who doesn't have it at max. So Raymond, if you've already got control and stamina at max, in my opinion, you're doing great. I would shift your focus now down to commander experience. You're going to get 5% extra experience from all sources once you do max this. And then, like myself, I'm doing that, and then I'm going to come into the mock battle tree to reduce the stamina cost, the grain cost, and increase the amount of experience I gain from mock battles. Cody, yes, so I'm in Isengard, and we are by far the weakest faction. I'm in the top 100 players on the server, but only 2 Isengard players are. How worried should I be about war breaking out? I'm trying to organize people, but the Elves have a massive lead. Several beta players helping all their new players. Yeah, that can be an issue. And Elves are directly north of Isengard. Cody, I would probably suggest your best option would be diplomacy. Trying to talk to other factions. Sometimes when a faction like Elves, or in our case, Rohan, sometimes when one faction looks obviously stronger than the others, it becomes easier to discuss alliances with other factions, even across good and evil. So if there are other factions or other players on your server sharing your concern about the Elves, you may be able to, even if you try secretively, you may be able to try having some diplomatic talks with people to create an alliance to give yourself some security. I've seen that happen and work fairly well in the past for some weaker factions. You are all extremely good company to grind alongside as well, Chandler. This makes the experience a hell of a lot more fun than just sitting there grinding on my own. So, yeah, thank you. I appreciate the compliment. Jorge Torres, yeah. That control ability points thing. Nope, it's for your own ability points thingamajig here. It increases that. It is actually one of the key abilities, I think, to get early on. Sounds good. To tell what server you're on, Jorge, if you come up to your settings wheel here, I'm assuming that that's how it's pronounced, by the way. If I am pronouncing it wrong, feel free to let me know. But yeah, if you go to that little server icon, or settings icon, and then click account, it shows you right here which server you're currently playing on. Game update incoming at UTC 3 a.m. for server 20, and you guys? There is an update coming. It's not tonight though. This is gonna happen on the 29th. So should be, I don't know, tomorrow for me anyway. Yeah, I think that's tomorrow night that update's coming in. Chicken Hawk, welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for joining. I had noticed you subscribed the other day. Thank you very much for that. Is there ever a reason to recruit hobbits? I personally don't think so. They are, I mean, if you just want to do it because you're curious about hobbits, then go for it. Are they still found in Celduin Vale here? Where's a hobbit? Where the hell is a hobbit camp? I know they used to be in Celduin Vale. That's what my special units video says anyway. Alright, well, I know they're over here. Let's go over to the Shire. Where the hell's the Shire at again? Right here. Isn't it? No, that's Bree. It'll be around here somewhere. Where the hell's hobbits? God Damn it all to hell. Because I'm just trying to check to see if they've changed Hobbits at all from the betas. I doubt they have. Yeah, 14, 15 damage, 6 defense. Yeah, I mean, I did some testing with them on, I think I was using Arwen, you know, to try and have somebody with high healing to take advantage of the increased recovery. And it just doesn't do enough. And the reason is because these guys end up having to take up a unit slot. You know, when you would generally be putting together a composition of 3 units to counter something, well, one of those slots now has to be dedicated to hobbits. And you're going to lose a lot of hobbits. Even if you don't lose as many of the other units, you're going to lose a lot of hobbits. And you have to invest gold into them, you have to invest time. It's just, you know, they don't pay off enough, in my opinion. So, yeah, I don't really think there's ever a reason to recruit them. Lonsec, check your inbox. There are news. Oh, the one I just checked there. Yes. Thank you, Lonsec. Michael L, how's it going? Thank you very much for joining. The grind is going well. Slower than it has in the past for me. But I had more time to dedicate back in the betas and such. So I'm trying to keep up as best I can. Oh, looks like we got all our commanders ready to go here. We'll actually increase those command points to the max for whoever we can. Make sure we stand as good a chance of killing these fuckers as possible. So we are now waiting another 6 minutes. Jason Fennel, it is 5 a.m. there. Are you up early to go to work, or have you not gone to bed yet? You crazy bugger, you. Jorge Torres, it is. Okay. Good to know. You're server 20. Awesome. Holy moly, look what's going on at Orthanc. Am I missing out on Orthanc already? I haven't. Nope. Nope. Okay. Oh. You mean over here at the the crossing? I was pretty sure that was happening. I saw our war declaration pop off, so yeah, we're going to say hi to Isengard. Been putting too much time into this game. Peaked at 3rd in my server for personal production. Nice, Michael. Awesome, man. Are you playing dwarves? Michael L. Got 2 hours from 22:30. You're crazy, Jason. I love you, man. That's my kind of gamer right there. Ferris Nihilus, how's it going? Woke up randomly at 3:40 a.m., so why not cap a couple more level 60 tiles? Indeed, right? You got to put in that work when you can. Can't be falling too far behind. Oh, you're playing elves. Still, Legolas actually has the same... Legolas does have the same skills that Gimli does. For... Whoop, crap, what did I do here? For Protect Elves and Dwarf Friend and whatnot. Oh, God, what did I do? Screwed up. I lost chat. There it is. All right. The only unfortunate thing is his is at rank 5 or respect 5. But it is really good. Allied melee units get increased damage. And then he's got that friendly relations and protect elves. And he's just a strong commander on his own. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like, it's hard enough to get Legolas, let alone getting them to respect 5. So, if you manage to get there eventually, it'll feel good. Cooper, hello. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining. Always appreciate seeing new faces. From what I know about the new factions, can I give a brief rundown of how them being playable will affect the game? Will all servers eventually be able to play them? Yes, Cody. Eventually all servers will be able to play them, and I'm hoping that... Now, the confusing thing to me right now... Oh, Isengard finally took something. Go them. The confusing thing to me is the test servers are 10 factions. There are 6 good factions and 4 evil factions. So unless they add 2 evil factions at some point, there would be a bit of an imbalance that way. But there would be Angmar, Rune, Mordor, and Isengard for evil in these starting locations. And then you would have the Lothlorien Elves, Rohan, Gondor, Dwarves, and then, what is it, Linden? Yeah, Linden starts over here, and Arnor, I believe it is, starts up here in these areas. So they're going to be focused on battling Angmar and Isengard, along with the Lothlorien Elves. And it's not really going to affect much in the way of action on this side of the map. It's mainly going to affect the western half of the map, but in a big way. It's going to give the good faction an ally on this side, or a couple allies. But then again, I don't really see where there's going to be room for 2 evil factions at that point to then balance it out. So I don't know if they just plan on fully releasing it as 10 factions, 6 versus 4. But that's what it looks like right now. I can never remember. Yeah, Linden, I believe it is, are the Elves. They basically, their tier 4 unit is a modified version of the March Wardens. There's one of the skills that's different. The skill they have that's the same, I believe, is the one that gives that they ignore avoidance and get a defense bonus, or are immune to stun, something like that. But the other ability, I can't remember off the top of my head exactly what it does, but I wasn't a huge fan of it. Arnor, the Gondorian faction up here, they get a tier 4 ranger unit, but they're a ranged ranger unit. So that's actually really interesting. What's my opinion on trying to focus on Horondor and then moving your base to the island in the bottom left? That island is stupid rich with RSS. Are you talking from Tyler Curves? Are you talking from the side of Gondor? Because, yeah, that is a really good island. If you can get over here and if you can get control of this, well, I guess you don't even need to actually control it, but if you can get over to this island, then yeah. I wouldn't move your base over there, to be honest. Just get a fort built over there so that you can have easy access, but I wouldn't relocate your base over there. That would be a bit of a pain in the butt. Just because when you're in battle, your reinforcements come from your base. So if you, for some reason, found yourself fighting up here in central Mirkwood, your reinforcements would be coming all the way from here, or any new commanders that you had to bring to the battlefield would be coming from all the way back here. That would be like a 2-hour march. So you'd be able to, you know, hit something once or take one hit, but that'd be pretty well it for you for that battle. So getting over there to get some of the tiles would be a good idea, but I wouldn't really relocate over there. I wonder if they'll release Legolas Arwen chest next week. Yeah, they release different limited chests quite often, so when season 2 rolls around, will we be able to change servers? I don't know about servers, but factions, yes. I think the account that you have on your initial server is going to be kind of tied to the new server that you get. But you will be able to change, or you will be able to choose your faction again. Did not appreciate that Isengard remark. Oh, when I said we were coming to say hi to Isengard. I'm sorry, Cody. I'm sorry. Pablo, hello. Welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for joining. First time being in one of the streams. Well, welcome. Like I said, been learning a lot from the videos, though, so thanks a lot. I'm very glad to hear they have helped. You can transfer to server 20 to Mordor army. We are losing. Server 20 on the winning side. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yeah, the season pass, Jorge. It is definitely worth it. It and the 2 monthly cards, I would say, are worth it for sure. All right, we've got all of our commanders ready to go. So I will get back to questions here in a moment. But first, we have... Yeah, and we are going to send Eowyn first just because she is the absolute strongest, I think. Wish me luck. 129, how long? She's going to take 3 minutes. Yeah, she doesn't have all ranged units. So we're going to have to wait. All right. Yeah, Michael L's right there. Definitely season pass is one of the most worth things you can buy. How long do the games take? Each season should roughly take about 2 to 3 months. From what we hear, anyway. How would you get on the island without having someone in your faction? In order to do that, you would need to take the crossing. So, yeah. There's a crossing right here. You would take this. And then that would give you access. I'm just doing that to show the path that it takes. That would give you access to this crossing, then to this one. Oh, there we go. And then finally to this one. So, I mean, you'd have a bit of a trek to get there. But if you do, yeah, you've got forests and grain like crazy. So it is worth it. There's also stone, even. I don't know if there's iron. Some. Yeah, there is actually. There's everything on here. Yeah, this island has all the resources you'd ever need, really. It's even got mama kills for evil guys. So yeah, the island, like I said, it is worth getting over there, getting a fort. But still, relocating wouldn't be a great idea. I know when you said, oh, they actually... Oh, no, maybe I said it, sorry, Cody. Maybe I said it with the wrong tone. I said it with genuine surprise and, like, glee. Because up until now, Rohan, we were the only ones taking anything. And I don't like seeing that. I like to see that other factions are active as well. And so seeing that actually made me really happy, Cody. Knowing that you guys are on the move, getting stuff done. That's good on you. Hobbit camps are not very good, Cooper. Alright, we're going to send Theo now. And Galadriel now. Alright. Jorge Torres, thank you very much once again for stopping in. You go ahead and take a look at the guides and have some fun with the game. Paradise Island, Pablo, indeed. Build Aragorn with respect level 3. I will show you momentarily. I just want to check this out. Wow. She actually did a whole lot better than I thought. Considering she went against some mountain trolls. Yeah, we still got almost 1,500 archers. Cool. Alright. So Theoden might wipe Grima out. Alright, Aragorn. So, for respect level 3 Aragorn, I would suggest either Max Anduril or Dunedain Chieftain first. I went with Anduril for the 300% damage. I'm going Dunedain Chieftain now because at max this gives plus 30 defense to your army, as well as plus 2 HP. And then you can go with these skills to increase his damage even further, as well as Brawling Training. Well Prepared gives your melee units a counterattack. I wouldn't invest into Strider, to be honest. These abilities are going to pay off more in the long run than Strider, in my opinion. Just because this provides such a huge benefit once you get that plus 30 defense. And as you can see, like with the gear that I choose for him, I know this is a legendary piece, but any gear that you can find that adds defense to your army, as well as has might, and like this has might and focus, which the might is awesome. I don't really care for the focus on this. I wish it had speed, but just because it's in the end it's giving me an extra 13 defense to my army on top of the plus 30 defense that I'm gonna get from, or yeah, plus 30 or whatever it is at max, that I'm gonna get from Dunedain Chieftain. It makes things like Guardians even tankier than normal. Alright, let's take a look, see how Theoden did. Oh my god! What a beast! You see what this guy did? This guy wiped out Grima. He's just like, nope, I got no time for Grima. And then he damn near took out 220 trolls all by himself. A level 28. I gotta show this off. So, okay, Cody, I'm glad you were being sarcastic. No, I kind of thought you might be, but I felt like I should address it seriously, just in case I had truly offended, because I don't want to do that. We got it. Actually, I think I need some gold for it. Yeah, that actually went a lot better than I expected it to. But like I said, Eowyn and Theoden, man, they are insane if you get their skills going right. And then even Galadriel, there was 66,000 damage between her and the troops. Michael L. Pursuit. I believe it is basically, if I remember right, it just gets around avoidance. When an enemy tries to use avoidance, then the commander pursues. You can check your battle reports if you have a commander with pursuit. Just check your battle reports, and in the details page here, just check through your rounds, and you should find a round where pursuit activates, and you'll see what triggers it and what it does explained there. Jamdog's channel. You have 2 questions. Shoot, Jamdog. What are your questions? Jason Fennell. What the hell? What, I mean, if you feel like you've got the commanders to do it now that you've seen that, yeah, man. Like I said, sometimes you might need to send 2 or 3, sometimes 4. I've sent 6 commanders at a 200 before to take it early. That hurt. I would not suggest that. It was like 6 commanders. 4 of them were way too weak. One of them I had to reinforce twice. It was terrible. But I got it. The 200 tile buff, it provides 200 resources per hour to the faction, or to the fellowship. Imagine Theoden not being useless in the movie. Yeah, imagine if he had been like ready to go from day one. That would have been a short series. It's a good build for Eowyn's abilities. Well, now that you've seen her kick some butt, this is how I've got her built. Again, mine are, taken with a grain of salt. I've got respect 5 on a lot of commanders. But Rohirrim is the base skill that you want to take on Theoden, Eowyn, as well as Eomer. That stacking damage bonus that is modified by their speed stat is huge. I go with Cleave. It's another damaging ability that's modified by speed. This I save for a little bit later, once I get into the late game and I need to worry about reducing damage. But it is a great one to take earlier if you're not worried about putting points into the Respect 5 tree. If you do get it a Respect 5, then going White Lady of Rohan for this skill here, you get 30% HP every round and stun immunity. And then the Frontline Rescue makes a big difference, as you saw. And Nobility increasing damage is great as well. Again, if you don't have it to Respect 5, you can go Shield Maiden to reduce physical damage, as well as Defensive Stance. And then Attack Vitals is another damaging ability that is really good. But she also makes a pretty good Troll counter if you get her to Respect 3 and want to go Giant Slayer. But for that, you would want to put Bow Knights, Cav Archers, and probably you'd want something on the front line, probably Cataphracts. But that would give you 3 mounted units, and 2 of them would have bonus damage against trolls as well as your commander. Val, sorry I missed your question earlier. Is the season pass a one-time payment or is it monthly? It is a one-time payment. You come up into your season pass here and you purchase it once. You get 10 levels right away, and it gives you all the rewards up to the point that you purchased it. So anything that you missed early on, you'll get as soon as you purchase it. Cooper, I wish you could speed up troop building. A lot of people do when they're new to the game, but if you kind of understand that preventing us from speeding up troop conscription is one of the checks put in place to prevent the game from becoming pay to win, it kind of makes sense. It would be really easy to just absolutely, especially in a situation like this with Rohan, if we could just pay to speed up all our troop conscriptions, people wouldn't have these smaller factions, these newer factions, wouldn't have time to even learn the ropes before we just had massive armies and owned all the regions. Because we've got a lot of whales that would be willing to spend that money if they had the ability. So I've always thought that not being able to speed up troop conscriptions, not being able to speed up fort building, not being able to speed up marching to a location, those are all great checks that they've put in place, like I said, to prevent the game from becoming pay to win and really ruining it for anyone that just wants to be a free-to-play player. Jamdog's channel, there we go. What's the exact reason for betraying? Okay, thank you very much, Jamdog. I'm so glad you asked that. Betrayal is useless 9 times out of 10. It used to have uses in the beta, but there were reasons it had to get changed, and now, even if you betray somebody, you can't attack their settlement. So you can't move them, you can't zero them, you can't try and farm them for resources. All you can do is take tiles from them. And because of the way they've set the game up, where you can actually use other people's tiles to march, it doesn't really benefit anyone to betray someone. Yes, it can be hard sometimes to find tiles around your settlement. And that's generally the reason most people betray, is they see, well, there's a tile right here near me, I'll just take it. And it's like, we're all allies on this faction. There are enough enemies to fight that we don't actually need to betray. When I say it's useless 9 times out of 10, when I was down here, this tile was actually owned by this player. So I had taken all 8 of these tiles, and all I needed was this one tile to complete my 3x3 plot of land. I sent him a message, asked him if he could drop it for me, if he was active, if he minded me betraying him. I tried to contact him before I did it. I didn't get any response. And so eventually I just betrayed him, took the tile, and that was it. It was a tier 2 tile. So he was taking tier 4s. I doubt he misses it. He's got a 6 over here. Or no, that's not him. But it's not like it was a high tile that I took from him. I wasn't doing it to attack him. I did it for a specific reason, to complete this relocation plot. Another reason sometimes that people might do it is if they want to get in position around something like a crossing to attack it. Say somebody needed this tile to build a fort. Well, again, they could just betray this person, take that tile, build their fort, and move on. So whenever I've said that there are niche uses for betrayal in any of my videos or comments to people, those are the uses that I'm talking about. It's never actually useful to betray somebody just to attack them. So Michael L., if you're wanting to check your resource bonuses too, you can actually come right up here, click on your resource bar, and this will break down where all of your resources are coming from, and you can see my fellowship bonus. This is made up of all of the fellowship bonus together. But if you come to your fellowship tab and come to buffs, this will actually break down all the members of your fellowship and who is providing what. So as you can see, I've now taken a 200 and I'm now providing 200 ore per hour to the fellowship. That's going to change as soon as I drop a fortress. But that's where you can check them. I gotta see if they even... Okay, it doesn't look like they want it yet. So, alright. We'll get back to, you have a stream schedule. Would enjoy seeing daily streams. I do, Cody. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday is my stream schedule right now. I do have a full-time job now throughout the week, during the day. I'm also trying to, record footage and edit videos to get actual guide videos and stuff out. I also have an 8-year-old son, so I've been pretty busy trying to keep up with it all since launch, but that's why I can't do daily streams. I need some time to get everything else done. Game state is at a good place. Curious what changes they would make for Season 2. I am too, Chandler Smith. I feel like the game's in a pretty good place too. There are still a few changes that I think they could make, skill-wise, commander-wise, things like that, but very minor nitpicky stuff. More factions. I think, Lonsec, personally, I think they only need 2 more factions. 2 more evil factions so that it's balanced. I don't think they can release this game in an imbalanced state. It just doesn't make sense from a player standpoint. Having 6 good factions versus 4 evil factions. What incentive is there to play evil unless they're trying to incentivize diplomacy between good and evil factions? That part of it has been confusing me. When I heard that they were adding 2 new factions, I was pretty certain they were adding 1 good faction and 1 evil faction, and it would be 5 aside. So I was really surprised to see 6 versus 4. Pablo, you have a question. A second account in which I'm playing as Rohan and are on the 2nd strongest fellowship from the faction, but the leader has been inactive for more than 3 days. What can I do in that situation? If they continue to be inactive, they may get purged during an inactive purge. If they're the leader of a fellowship, I don't know. And I don't know if I still don't know if there's any action members can actually take in that situation. It's always tough when that happens. The only thing I could suggest, like I said, wait to see if maybe he gets booted on his own during an inactive purge. Otherwise, maybe just look for another faction. how you get fellowship bonus. 200. 200 plus tiles not only provide personal resource production, but they also provide production for the fellowship. That's I think the only way, actually. Second question from Jamdog's channel. Yeah, not a problem, Jamdog. Betrayal is one of my favorite things to clear up for people. I hate seeing betrayals going off in faction chat. Last question is from Mordor. If I move a commander to Blackgate, do I get... No. The hourly... or the power bonus... from those kinds of structures... it doesn't unlock right away. So if you notice that they're grayed out, that means that bonus isn't actually active right now. But once these bonuses become active, whatever faction controls the structure, every member of the faction gets that bonus automatically. You don't even need to have participated in taking it. Everybody in the faction gets that bonus. So when those bonuses do unlock, you're all going to log in one day and look at your power, and it will have jumped by like 5,000, 10,000 for no discernible reason. Check the map, and you'll probably see that all of these have gone white. And at that point, everyone's receiving the bonus from them. Chandler Smith for Rohan. Where would be a good spot for a fellowship fort? It depends, Chandler. Sorry. I would suggest, if you haven't taken the Wold Keep yet, getting one close to that so that you can take it, as it's a 4 million power keep. Where else? I think... Yeah, as we did here, coming over to Daggerlad and Hills of Rune is also an option. But for an initial one, like I said, the Wold is probably your best option if you haven't taken it yet. That's going to allow people to gather together. Gotta pop a mint in my mouth. Throat's getting dried out again. Not a problem, Pablo. Hope it helps. Lonsec, what kind of factions are you recommending? You said 2 more evil factions, but who? That's the thing. I don't even know who they would add, but I just don't feel like it's fair to have 6 good factions and 4 evil factions. So... yeah, I don't know what the solution would be to it. I thought it was pretty good at 4v4, even though, yeah, that western side of the map was pretty empty. Thank you, Cody. Yeah, it's, like I said, it is keeping me extremely busy. But I'm trying. It's fun, though. Chicken Hawk. When should I use stamina for sweeping instead of upgrading tiles? If you have a commander that's really close to leveling up, and you're having a hard time finding appropriate level tiles to get them that last little bit of experience, at that point, it's fine to go ahead and sweep a mob to do it. If you're going to do that, though, I would suggest looking around for the highest level mob you can get. I don't know if there's any nearby right now that I can use as an example. I guess I could try the search feature, even though I personally find it kind of useless. Let's give it a shot. What are we looking for? I think level 15 is the highest we've got right now. No suitable land tile, of course. But attacking the highest level mob available and killing it provides a chance at receiving a tip when you defeat them. So it's definitely a good idea to do that. Taking it mañana. Good stuff. I know what mañana means, Chandler. Taking it tomorrow, nice. Wold keep. But still, getting a fellowship fort down now, if you're able to, would allow more people to get in position, and then you can all move as a group from Wold onto your next target. Pablo, they could add Misty Mountains as an evil faction. Some people did suggest adding goblins as their own faction, as like the Goblins of Moria, because technically the goblins are inhabiting Moria, so why not give the goblins their own faction? And I generally mock Battlemore, Cooper. I just saw that pop up quickly, so I will address it. I generally mock Battlemore. I only really gather when I need to. If I want to conscript and I'm low on grain, then I'll send 3 or 4 commanders out if I can. 1 or 2 or 3 commanders out to gather grain for half an hour. If I want to build and I'm low on stone, same thing. If I'm low on a certain resource when I want to do something, then I will send some out to gather. But I generally try and save my ability points for large mock battles. YT Gourds or Jords, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, but welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for joining. They can do also, what is it? Dunleddings next to Isengard. I'm not sure what they are, but sure, sound cool. The Easterlings are a faction. That's what Rune is, actually. These guys are, I think they're supposed to be representing the Easterlings. But yeah, I guess maybe they could go more specific with it. Chica, any experience with the elephant units? Yeah, they're overrated in my opinion. The big issue with them is they attack indiscriminately. So if you send them with any other units, then you've got just as much chance of them wiping your own army out as the enemy. And if you send them by themselves, they might get one good surprise attack in. But then as soon as people know you're using elephants, they're going to counter them. Because they're a large unit. I'm just trying to look for some here. I know there was some over on that little island. As soon as they know you're using elephants, they're going to counter them. Because they are considered a large unit. So again, any of those commanders with Giant Slayer, any units like Cav Archers, Bow Knights, Master Throwers are all going to have bonus damage against them. And like I said, Mumakil's charge here always attacks all enemies and allies. So I mean, that 1500 damage looks impressive, but that's being spread amongst all enemies and allies at random. I don't know. They're really good for siege damage. I'll say that. If you've got a bunch of elephants and you want to solo a keep, you've got a good chance of doing it. Zeus666, welcome back. You've been waiting for this stream since Friday. Well, I'm glad I could finally deliver for you, buddy. If you've got any questions, you know you can just ask. It's the kind of mercenaries that Saruman and the human ones which have Dunland as their capital. Oh, okay, yeah. I think they're the ones I was basically talking about at one point, like the mountain men kind of guys that he got to sack Rohan. Yeah, Cooper, like I said, yeah, great siege. Like I said, if you have... now, the other issue is there's only one unit per command. So it's not like when you conscript them, you're getting a ton. You know, you're spending all these resources on one unit. And that one unit has 4,000 siege damage. So, again, it's not like a lot of these other units where you can, you know, try and think about high numbers. These are going to eat up a large amount of room. It's hard to use them. They're not the game-breaking unit a lot of people assume they are when they first look at them. Yeah, Eowyn with large damage unit buff. Exactly, Lonsec. Like, you throw Eowyn at them, like I said earlier, with Cav Archers, Bow Knights, and like Cataphracts. Those elephants go down. Gideon Lim. I've got 300k gold. What should I use them for? Do you have tier 3 units, Gideon Lim? Michael L. Do you think 243k armies? Yes. Like what units, before you just go throwing them at them though, Michael, what units and commanders are you using on that 200? And while I wait for that, Gideon Lim, as I said, if you've got tier 3 units, no, not yet. Okay. The other option for gold, you can come into the market if you're low on resources, and they do sometimes offer either speed ups or resources for gold. You can refresh the market 3 times a day for 50 gems. Forts is basically what most people save their gold for, because once you want to start expanding your movement range, each fort costs 12,000 gold. Right now you've got, you know, a ton of forts saved up, but once you do unlock tier 3 units, 300,000 gold can disappear very, very fast. So it may not be a terrible idea to just keep saving. Guardian, Sentinels, Bow Knights, Gandalf, and Aragorn. Yeah, you've probably got a pretty good shot. Yeah, I think you've probably got a pretty good shot. Do you have your military academy upgraded at all, Michael L? Zeus, I've got the Night Star accessory and Elven Cloak. I put them on Haldir. Should I put them on Gandalf instead? I'll have to take a look here, because I've got the Elven Cloak, I think. Probably not. I would probably say keep them on Haldir. And one of the reasons, now my Gandalf's not a good example, but purple gear can actually be a lot stronger than yellow gear or gold gear. And the reason for that, same with blue gear even, the reason for that is strengthening and refining. It's a lot easier to strengthen blue and purple gear than it is gold gear. Strengthening your gear is what increases these stats. Refining your gear is what increases these stats. I don't think you can refine blue gear. Yeah, as far as I know, you can only strengthen blue gear. but you can refine purple and gold gear. But as you can see, with this Scout's Mail fully strengthened, this is adding 30 might and 36 speed to Theoden. Whereas I could put on, like I've got this on Eowyn, and it's only giving 11 might and 18 speed. So I mean, this is way better than a legendary. So just because the gear is legendary doesn't necessarily mean it's always going to be better. If you're ever in a position that you can strengthen and refine a piece of legendary gear out the wazoo, then go for it. It's going to be good. But other than that, your purple gear is probably going to be where you live. Blaze Chai, I am on server 1. How about yourself? Welcome to the stream, by the way. Thank you very much for joining. Yeah, it's level 6 as well. Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, that was your military academy. Okay. Then, yeah, I think you've got a pretty good chance, Michael, at taking that. Is there any chance, Michael, that you've got enough troops, even for one of your lower level commanders, maybe in the high 20s to mid 30s, if you've got one, just in case? Worst case scenario, that second defender is going to have, a minimal amount of troops left on him, and you're going to need one more hit to take it out. So in a case like that, if I'm ever doubtful whether or not my commanders are going to do it, I'm going to start trying to address the actual camera more. I've felt awkward doing it, but I think it'll be more conversational. Whenever I've been doing something like that, I always try and have that backup in place, because if you send the two commanders and, like I said, you're in a situation where you only need one more hit and you can do it, but it's going to take you longer than the recovery timer to get the hit in, you're screwed. And it was a waste at that point. So if you're able to get some troops even on another commander just to have a backup hit, it might be the safety net you need. If you do choose to wait, that's good on you as well. Better safe than sorry sometimes. Server 14, Blaze. Nice. How is server 14 going? I don't think I've spoken to anyone from that one. Who's the strong server looking like? Yeah, okay. So Michael, you might be better served then just conscripting some extra troops, and then once you've got enough troops for those two commanders plus Haldir, I would definitely think at that point you're pretty well safe to do it. Like I said, I'm pretty confident you could do it with those commanders you've got, but if you do want to wait just to be sure, then if you can get Haldir in there as a backup just in case, you should be fine. Any method to reduce the cost of conscript or increase grain production? Yeah, you can if you really want. Go into the resource trees up here. These increase your hourly production by a little bit. I've never found them worth it. If you do the math, it's a very minor increase. But if you're running into resource issues, the best things I suggest are going into the market and checking in here. You can either find trade offers. Sometimes you can just buy the resources you need. You can refresh the market 3 times a day for 50 gems if you have it. You can also barter what you need. And that is something I do quite often. If I know I'm going to be conscripting a lot of troops and I'm not going to be upgrading buildings, then I'll just, I'll barter all my stone over to grain, conscript some troops, and then come in and barter off whatever grain I've got left into stone, and then do some upgrades if I can. Other than that, you can do gathering. So just send some commanders out on a gather for half an hour on a grain tile, and they'll come back with a bulk amount of grain. Yeah, it's a lot of people when they're newer don't understand that they have 2 armies, and it's rough. Ryan Melville, welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining. Does defending unit composition affect the overwhelming / evenly matched / terrifying status, or just attack power? Just the attack power. That just gives you a gauge as to how close in attack power you are. Oh, thank you very much for the subscriptions. But yeah, it just gives you an idea where you stand in relation to their attack power. It doesn't really give you an idea as to whether or not they're a hard counter to your troops or anything. And 300 is 100k. I wiped all my army. Oh boy. Yeah, 300s. Those are rough, man. Even when you're at level 50 and should be taking 300s. God, they're hard. They just suck. Oh, sounds good, Blaze. I always like talking to other Mordorians. I played Mordor on server 4 last beta. Yeah, Michael, it's rough. And then the compositions that they usually send to, you're pretty well guaranteed to run into trolls on a 200. That just makes things harder. Chica's playing Mordor on a second server, and it seems a lot harder than my other faction. It can be, or it can seem that way, because you're not going to find as many forests or as many grain tiles in Gorgoroth. You find mostly stone and iron in here. You're going to need to come out to Nirn to find more grain tiles as well as forests, but then also coming up this way will help with that. You're going to want to make sure to take extra grain tiles because trolls are expensive, and it can be a little bit harder to come up with troop counters as evil, but they do have extremely strong units that you can make use of. I love mountain trolls. I actually find mountain trolls better than the Ravagers, just as a point of interest for any Mordor players. Yeah, most people get smacked by the 100% trolls the first time. It's not something you expect. And like you said, yeah, it's so much health and armor and damage to deal with. And the mountain trolls are soaking the damage for the cave trolls. It's just not fun. It's not fun at all. Yeah, Pablo, I do think that would be a good feature to add, is actually having some way of scouting the tile ahead of time. There's, you can sort of scout tiles now, but it's not 100% effective. You're time limited when you do it. It's just, it's not a guarantee at all when you try and scout tiles at this point. Yeah, good resources are rare. Like I said, that was the issue that a lot of people were finding on server 4 in the last beta. So if you can get like I said, your one option is to go out Nirn, Eastern Wastes, and try and get up into Hills of Rune. If you're closer to this side, your other option is to go out the Black Gate and try and come up and out this way. And there's going to be lots of grain tiles and forests for you to take in, like Daggerlad and whatnot. But this opens you up to Rohan if they're active. That's why, by default, I suggested coming out this way, because as Mordor, one of the nicest things about being Mordor is it's impossible in the early game for any faction to get through the Black Gate or minus Morgul. 30 level 45 defenders. Nobody's getting through that in the first week. So, Mordor has a very, very nice security blanket to start with. Michael, you go get to your appointment. Yeah, I may still be live in an hour. I can't guarantee that, but we'll see how it's going. Chandler, you just hit chapter 20 already? Good on you, dude. Holy crap. Do you reckon I should just stick to orcs until I get Urukai? I'm not sure if I should conscript evil men. Yes, Blaze, I do suggest sticking to orcs until you get Urukai. I was not impressed with the Easterlings for the most part, but the spearmen are really handy to counter mounted units. Orcs don't have any kind of pikemen to counter mounted units with, so you rely on the Easterlings for them. Yes, Chica. When you get the ability to conscript mountain trolls, just don't even conscript cave trolls at that point. Because it's too expensive to try and maintain both types of trolls along with any other troops. You're going to be investing enough grain and iron into, well, especially grain. You're going to be investing enough grain into your mountain trolls, trying to maintain them, that you're going to want the rest of your conscription resources to go into other units. Yeah, if not, Michael, if I don't see you again after your appointment, it was great chatting with you. We'll catch you in the next one, I'm sure. And good luck on the battlefield to you, sir. Sounds good, Blaze. I hope it helps. Ouch. I wonder if this guy was doing anything else up here. Where was this guy? Can't remember where he was. Ah. God damn it. I didn't want to go all the way over there. There. Ah, poo. I can't remember where that guy was. I wanted to see if he was still marching around me there. Alrighty. Can we play this game alone? I mean, if you don't know people that speak your language or a guild. I will say it's probably extremely difficult to succeed in this game as a lone wolf player. just because most things require multiple people, like taking keeps, taking regions from enemies, things like that. A lot of that stuff requires teamwork and coordination, and this game is more about teamwork and coordination than it is individual strength. The one thing I will say is these guys have done an absolute bang-up job with the translator. There are still times where it can't translate what's being said, but those I find very, very rare. I would say a good 9 times out of 10. If something is said in chat in a different language, like I'm just trying to scroll through here to see if I can find a random message in a different language. But yeah, I'd say a good 9 times out of 10. If something's written in chat in a different language, you've just got to click that little translate button and it will translate it. Even if it doesn't get things 100% perfect, it's generally good enough to make sense of it and have a conversation. As Mordor on server 4, last beta, I'm pretty sure, at least in the beginning, I know that English-speaking members were the minority. When I first started recruiting people, I had some German-speaking players, I think 2 Turkish-speaking players. I think there was a Swedish-speaking player. Like, we had at least 3 or 4 different languages in our fellowship by the end of it. And yes, it can make things difficult sometimes, or more difficult than they would be otherwise if everyone just naturally spoke the same language. But it's not impossible. The language barrier by no means prevents organization. A lot of French and Russians, yeah. I've noticed that on some servers. That doesn't really surprise me. They can take their games pretty seriously sometimes. Alrighty. Well, we've had another good run of questions. We had a successful siege of a 200. If everybody doesn't mind, I am going to take another quick break. Gonna go get a water refill. Head to the washroom, and then maybe when we get back, we'll do the Red Book today. We can get some Legolas stuff, and we'll get about 35,000 resources. Yeah, maybe that'll be good. Alrighty. Isengard's a melting pot. So yeah, we're just going to be taking another quick little break here, and then we shall return. I guess I will mention too, because I did set it up, but I'm still not used to like advertising this stuff. If people are enjoying the content and finding it helpful and valuable, and want to help me make more, I am set up on Patreon. You're more than welcome to become a patron. I don't expect it by any means. I love all the support that I'm getting right now. As I said, I do have a full-time job, so it's not like I'm trying to rely on it financially. Just saw comments about it and figured, why not? I'll throw one up. Seems like the thing kids are doing these days. So, shameless self-promotion and whatnot out of the way. We're going to transition, and I shall be right back. Don't be getting too rowdy while I'm gone. Transition. transition. Oh, I transitioned right back to the Be Right Back screen, didn't I? That's because my mind is a little out of sorts, because I immediately need to thank Raymond Ferris for the very first dollar that I've made on this channel. I mean, dude, I put that ad type thing out there just because I figured I kind of had to get into it. No sooner did I say it than I received my first dollar. That is amazing, Raymond. You're a hero, man. I will remember that forever. Love you, dude. Thank you so much. And then I also need to say an absolutely huge shout out and thank you to my first patron, Carmen. I don't even know what to say. I started this channel, less than 3 months ago. In the last week, I've blown up to over 300 subscribers. I'm now getting, 20 plus people in the streams, having a great time with me. You guys are all amazing. Thank you so much. I'm so glad I'm able to help and provide some value. Now that all the sentimental stuff's out of the way, we can get back to it. But again, thank you all so much. Just amazing. I honestly can't friggin' believe it. Have I missed any questions? Again, my mind is just like, I gotta check Discord now apparently. My mind's just frazzled. Bring out the champagne indeed. Like, I wish I had fireworks and a marching band. And I want to go wake my son up to friggin' celebrate with him. It's crazy, man. Oh, man. I'm about to, Chandler. Like, I can feel it. It is emotional. It's crazy. Thank you, Pablo. That means a lot to me. I like to think that it was good content. I'm glad that it is up to par. Carmen A, there you are. Thank you so much. I'm glad I can thank you in person. Probably save you some gem packs. Again, I can't thank you enough. Just crazy. So, we were going to do a red book, weren't we? Let's get right into it. Which one do we have today? We're the evil dudes going against. And this is another way, a little tip here that I don't think many people talk about. A good way to browse units and commanders. I don't know about commanders so much, but units at least for the evil side is your red book. Because I'm playing as the good faction right now. But as you can see, if I come into the red book and check out the units, I can see all their stats. I can see their abilities. So I can take a peek and get an idea of what the evil armies have to offer. They use various tiers of units from 1 to 3, sometimes even tier 4. So it can be a good way of getting a bit of a heads up as to what units your opposing faction might have. Alright, we've got archers and melee. So, do we have anyone that's going to prioritize? They don't prioritize anyone. Don't have any mounted units. Yeah, we're probably just sending the trolls at them then, aren't we? Yep, I guess we are. Trolls it is. Oh, that mountain. Yeah, I may have pointed out, incorrect tiles, but as you've probably been able to see with the movement range circles, they are fairly large. It's actually a 50 tile radius for your movement range circle. So sometimes it's a little monotonous, but there are times where if you've got a fort here, you can actually count individual tiles if you can find them, 1, 2, 3, 4 type thing, and see if a fort on that tile would actually reach the destination you're looking for. You just did this, Blaze. You used the top lane. Tried towards the bottom middle. Let's see here. So you're suggesting use the shadow against the archers. Yeah, I can see why. Yeah, let's do it. Let's follow. We're going to follow Blaze Chai's advice. So, the guide tonight on the Red Book of Westmarch, Chapter 6, I believe it is, Escape from the Nazgul, is being provided by Blaze Chai. We use the Undying on the first tile. You take the top path. We send the shadow next. And don't worry, Blaze, if this all goes wrong for me, I'll take all the blame. But if it goes right, this is definitely your guide. RNG can still be a thing in the Red Book. Oh, you're still on about that mountain. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, it can be frustrating sometimes. Oh, see, that's what I mean about RNG. The shadow didn't work for me. Left 400 friggin' archers left standing. That's alright. Although maybe I misread... I might have misread your strat, to be honest. But yes, as RNG does still play a role in the Red Book, unfortunately. So sometimes a strat that works for one person will not always work for everybody. I've gone through that myself sometimes where I had people suggesting the same thing to me over and over again. And it's like, yeah, I keep trying that. I just keep dying. And then eventually you try it again and it works. And you're like, well, I didn't do anything different. So we're just going to weaken them with this guy. Oh, okay, you didn't list out what... Okay, good stuff. Alright, we're following the strat properly then. And yeah, like I knew these guys were going to die. That was the whole point. What do we have left? We still have... Oh yeah, they had cav archers. Yeah, we're just going to go with the Witch King. Rah! Fleeting Dream, how is it going? You missed the big celebration. Raymond Ferris was the first donator to the channel. He provided the first $1 to the AJ McGamer channel. And then Carmen A, is the official first patron. So, there was a bit of a sentimental moment when I came back from break. Unfortunately, don't have the champagne to celebrate properly. But hey, we did in spirit. And yeah, so I think it seems like we have followed this strat to the letter, right, Blaze? Okay, Witch King didn't. You sent these guys in the opposite order, it sounds like. But yeah, these guys are gonna sweep it up, no problem. Dun da da! Success! Well, thank you very much, Blaze. That was an excellent strat. I appreciate the advice. All right. Oh, yes. I need to get this. Disappear for a second. Gotta get this plugged in before it dies. I gotta check Discord. I forgot to check Discord. Because again, my head was out of sorts for a moment. Whoop. Alrighty. So, we took our 200 earlier, so we've got options again. We're going to send Galadriel back home so that we can use the troops that she's got on somebody else. We'll just send her on another mock battle. It's basically what we've been doing with her lately. So, bye-bye. Give you your bearmen back. And what do we want to mock battle on? Oh, actually, I could send her back, because now I've got a 200 to mock on. Yeah. Alright, I guess we're sending her right back, aren't we? Huzzah. Where is that fort? No. Yeah, get back over there, Galadriel. It'll take her 15 minutes. That's the same amount of time it took her last time. Alright. And Theoden has 1 attack. She's got 2. Nah, I don't think it's... Actually, yeah, we do want this grain tile. So, let's take it with Theoden, though, so we can get some more experience. We're going to reinforce you. That's good enough. Heal my dudes up too. We can do an upgrade. What do we want to do? We could do the military academy again. But I want to have enough. This is going to be 16. Oh, wow. Nope, I need to upgrade my storage. And I think my tributes. I've had some time to rethink about the Long March feature. I was thrown off by the 10 ability point cost when I first saw it, but I do think it's worth it to use the Long March sometimes. Not all the time, but yeah, if you're trying to cover a really long distance, like for me, there was a fortress, a fellowship fortress built down here. So I was just able to use that. But if I did need to get down here quickly, it would be a lot more efficient for me to just use the long march than try and continue my path down here with forts. I'd be 1, 2, I'd probably be at least 3 or 4 forts away. And I mean, 3 forts in build time is 6 hours. Whereas a long march here, even with slow units, would probably only be about 2, maybe 3. Oh no, that wouldn't be a 3-hour march. Fuck, it takes like 2 hours to get across the map sometimes. But yeah, I do think the long march is worth it. Fleeting Dream. I actually successfully took a 200 earlier, and I'll show you the reports. So I was able to use a 31 Eowyn along with a 27 Theoden and a 24 Galadriel. Grain of salt though, because I do have Eowyn set up pretty heavily already. She's got her full healing set up. And Theoden as well is set up pretty heavily. He's got his Respect 5 and Rohirrim skills maxed, as well as a little bit of healing. So, you know, like I said, a little bit skewed in that sense. But depending on where you're sitting at for commander levels, where your military academy or training camp, whatever, I think you're on the good faction, so you're training your military academy there, and what units you've got available. You know, if you've got Cavalier Archer, or I keep calling them Cavalier Archers, Cavalry Archers or Bow Knights available. If you have Master Throwers available from the Dwarves, anything that's got bonus damage against the Trolls is going to help. That's one of the biggest pieces of advice I can give anyone when going against 200s, is just make sure you bring something to counter the Trolls. They're always the hardest hitting part of 200s, in my opinion. It can be a little rough if you come up against the all-mounted units as well, but I would rather bring a composition that was prepared for Trolls and get mounted units over bringing a composition that was ready for mounted units and get hit with Trolls. That would just go very, very bad. But unless you're really confident that you're going to take it, like I was tonight. Like I said, I looked at the levels of these guys and skills and everything, and I was pretty confident that they were going to take it. Unless you have that confidence, I find it's better to over-prepare for 200s than under-prepare. The other piece of advice is to maybe try and ask someone for help. If there's anyone around that is maybe able to take out one of the 2 commanders for you, that always makes it easier. But if that's the case, they have to take out that first commander so that you're the person that kills the second commander and actually takes the tile. What's your recommendation for free-to-play players who don't have Respect 3/Respect 5 heroes? And this is at Zhao85U. Thank you very much for joining the stream. So the biggest recommendation for free-to-play players, in my opinion, is focus on the commanders that they provide you. I believe they're still the same. They either give you Haldir, Dwalin, Éowyn, or Faramir as your starting commander, and then you also get one of those four as your free follow-up commander. If you focus on getting, like with Dwalin here, he takes, I think they all take the ale, but any of these that you get, if Dwalin is your main commander, don't give any of these to Merry, Pippin, and Ori. Give all of them to Dwalin. Same goes for any of these commanders. Whoever your starting commander is, save any of the gifts that you get that are exclusive to them, and only give them to that commander, because you want to increase their respect levels as high as you can. Like you said, as you saw, respect 3 and 5 gets you the new skills, but every respect level you give them also gives you an ability point. So it actually allows you to get them to access to more abilities than otherwise would be possible without the extra respect levels. The easiest way to get the gifts for them, make sure you keep up on your Red Book of Westmarch. It does, in the later stages, give gifts for certain commanders as rewards. In certain events, they'll give you Matham coins as well as gifts. The Heart of a Hero event that happens on the weekends, you're going to take heavy losses attacking Balrogs and dragons, but you can get Matham coins as rewards from the Warriors medals. And then you've also got your free Matham coins, or your free chest, and your discounted one once a day for a chance at getting gifts if you want to do that. As a free-to-play player, those are really your only options. So, yes, you should, Zhao, be maxing out the R1 skills. Oh, that's not a good example. Here we go. So like Merry and Pippin, for example, I'm setting them up as a tip commander. So as you can see, I'm maxing this skill first. And the reason these are important to max most of the time is because they have that bonus ability. So 9 times out of 10, I find that bonus ability worth getting before I start investing in side skills. But then, if I wanted to, if I got him to respect 3 and I wanted to actually use him in battle, say I got Ents and I wanted to make use of them, I could just respec him for the 20 gems however I like. But you want to make use of your ability points while you have them. And then, like you said, you can just respec if you get him to a higher respect level. Blaze Chai, the Matham chest you should prioritize, in my opinion, is whichever one, you kind of feel more value in. If you don't have Gandalf the Grey yet, I would suggest investing everything in that chest until you get Gandalf the Grey, and then you can move on to other ones. But Gandalf the Grey is definitely worth the investment. Anyone with the Giant Slayer ability is better to use against Balrogs, but it requires that investment in Giant Slayer. And I believe, yeah, Dwaylen, you've got to get him to respect 5 even to get Giant Slayer. So again, as advice for a free-to-play player, might not be effective. But it is valid advice. Dwaylen, Merry, and Pippin, I believe Éowyn, are all excellent commanders to use when going against bosses. Alice A is back live, still going strong. Nice to see. Yeah, we're still here. We're still rocking. It requires you to have a long beard and salt and pepper hair. Indeed. The top tier 3 commanders. That I find a bit of a tough question myself. Sorry. I do think Galadriel is one of the top. She does a hell of a lot of focus damage. She's got some great healing. Gandalf the White is extremely strong as well. He's got Wizard on that first row with the white up here. And this is a pretty powerful skill. He's got White Council. And then White Rider is a defensive ability. But he can be really strong as well. Yeah, Magical Barrier, increasing defense. He's got that blindside stun. Aragorn, King of Men. He's another really strong one. Thranduil. I was taking a look at him again earlier. Somebody was asking me on stream about his abilities. And he's extremely strong as well. The big problem I have with the tier 3 commanders is, it's hard enough to get these guys, let alone accessing the respect 3 or respect 5 skills. So, and because they're all tier 3, they're all strong in their own right. Radagast is a really good healer and he works really well with beasts. Elrond is a great commander to use with elven units. Same with Gilgalad. So, I don't know. I still think, though, I guess for top 3, Galadriel would be one of my top. Probably Thranduil would be in there as well, and actually maybe Dane. I've always liked Dane. He can do a lot of damage. It's like this here. When you get this attack damage increase and it affects all of your Dwarven units, that makes those Master Throwers pretty nasty. I don't know if that answered the question the way you wanted it answered, Zeus, but I gotta be honest on that one. Like I said, the tier 3 commanders are... probably. It depends on whether you can get them to a high enough respect level. But like I said, just because this is available at respect 1, that's going to be 30% damage at max. So you've got your Iron Warriors that are now doing decent damage, as well as have huge defense. Your Master Throwers have crazy damage now. Yeah, this is going to increase their damage even more. Wow, and then he gets a huge damage boost from round 5 onwards. And then yeah, if you get him to respect 3, he can just get Durin's Blood, which increases the effectiveness of all these. Oh my god, and then yeah, he's got King Under the Mountain, where he can just get 15% extra might, give all his dwarves more HP. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, hands down. If you can get Dane, he's your best dwarven commander. Arwen. Isn't Dane the one from Hobbit with the pig riding? I can't remember. I think I've pushed a lot of the Hobbit out of my mind. The book was good. The movie was something else. But yeah, Fleeting Dream. I think Arwen is better than Legolas, hands down. The healing is way better than what Legolas offers. Radagast looks like a machine in this game compared to the movie. Yeah, like in the movie, they kind of made him look like a bumbling fool, didn't they? So I don't know. He's a bit of a beast in this game. You've got to get him to respect 3 though, at least. It's like these are okay, but the brown isn't really that effective until you can get this maxed. Once your units are all getting plus 30% recovery received, then the brown and cleansing touch and relief become really powerful. And then yeah, if you can get them to respect 5 and get a hold of eagles and bearmen, man, this guy's nasty. Nasty. Yes, it will, Zeus. That's one of the very, very handy things that thankfully respect levels that you earn for your commanders will carry over from season to season. So, and I think that's why they set the tier 3 commanders up to be so hard to get and so hard to get their good skills, because it's actually, it is going to feel like a sense of achievement when you actually, especially as a free-to-play player, when you finally get your hands on a tier 3 commander, it's gonna feel amazing. So it may take 2 or 3 seasons to do, but people will get there eventually if they keep playing. But that's the key thing right there, if they keep playing. Are people going to lose interest before they get in enough seasons to start getting these guys? Only time will tell. But I believe, like I said, I think that's why they've been set up that way, is because they knew that the seasonal rollover was going to be a thing and that the respect levels would carry over. And that, you wouldn't be starting from scratch on all of these commanders every single season. Carmenet. How did the reward chest work for the Dragon Balrog damage? Total server, top 5, or each Balrog leaderboard separately. So if you and a group of 4 other players attack one Balrog over here, you guys will get rewards if you kill it. And, group B that attacks a Balrog on the other side of your region or right next to you, they would get their own set of rewards for killing their own Balrog. I'm jealous of those who get the Witch King and Sauron on like their second day. Yeah, I saw a bunch of pictures of Thranduil going up on day one. People like, oh my god, I just did 3 Matham coins and got Thranduil. I don't want to reveal how many gems I went through. And I didn't get any tier 3 invitations. I had to hard unlock Galadriel. But I got her. So, I was happy with that. But yeah, seeing like multiple tier 3 invitations flying through chat day one can really be disheartening for some people. Can you go over the difference between focus and might and how we can figure out how to gear commanders? Yes, I can. That is a great question. So, might dictates and affects physical damage, as it says here. And this is something they don't actually explain either. You can come into your commander and just click on the little picture, and it'll give you an explanation of what the skill does, but it also breaks down your base value. She's getting plus 1.75 might per level. She's got 100.97 bonus right now, and all of that together is giving my army an 11.6% damage increase in battle. As you can see here, affects a commander's normal attack damage and physical skill damage. Also increases the damage caused by units in the commander's army during battle. Whoops. Focus. Damage received by army minus 6.9% because it's not as high. But it affects a commander's burn damage done, poison damage done, focus skill damage, and it reduces the damage received by the commander's army during battle. So focus matters for a lot of the evil commanders, the ones that are doing burn damage and poison damage, but also commanders like Galadriel, Gandalf, Arwen, who are basically like mages. That's how I kind of think about it, is focus is like your magic users. Might is your warriors. And so anyone that's doing magic attacks or, like I said, burn or poison damage is going to benefit from focus. Speed, that one most people have a pretty good intuition on what it is. It's your march speed, but it also affects your speed in battle, and what that means is the order in which your commander and units attack. If you read through your battle reports, you'll notice that maybe in some of them, in a round, your commander and your units attack, and then the enemy commander and units attack, and then maybe in other reports, the enemy attacks first. If you've ever wondered why, it's because of a speed difference. Your commander and troops are faster, or theirs are, type thing, and this is what can tell you that. So, as it says, affects a commander's turn order in battle, also increases the army's speed in battle. So for somebody like Arwen, when you look at her stats normally, you'll see that her might and her speed are higher than her focus. If you go in and look at her skills, you'll see something like this that says effect modified by speed stat, but the skill itself gives bonus might. So something like that tells you that, okay, I want to increase her might and I want to increase her speed. So that's why all the gear that I went with anytime for Éowyn, Theoden, and Éomer looked the same. Might, speed, and then the army attack is just a bonus. Might and speed. This one was focus and speed because I didn't have a choice. The accessories, I think, still need some work as well, but it gave everything else I wanted. It gave commander speed, army defense, army speed, It gives a chance of gaining initiative for the first 4 rounds. So that was all perfect gear for what she wanted. Whereas somebody like Galadriel, it's the exact opposite. I was looking at gear that increased focus for her. Skane, how's it going? What's going on? Thank you very much. Okie dokie. And boop. I mean, I don't generally like excluding people from my chat, but if you're going to try and come in here with a name like Adolf Hitler, Nazi, KKK 666, I don't really care to hear what you've got to say. Just going to put that out there for anyone that, I don't know, thinks this is the place for that. It's not. So. Your only T3 was a Galadriel invite, Chandler. Well, that is awesome. I mean, she's a great commander to have as a T3, so. Haldir has the Respect 3 poison damage. Yes. Yeah, his Haldir I actually think is better than Legolas. I'm not sure if you're still here, Skane, but if so, I hope everything's going well with you. Hope your launch week is still going well. Hope your channel is doing all right. If anyone here hasn't checked out Skane Gaming, it's another content creator for Rise to War on YouTube. Chica, thank you very much for joining us this evening. Not a problem. We're probably going to be wrapping this one up pretty soon anyway. I'm going to have to be heading to bed myself shortly. Gonna have to get up and get the kiddo off to school in the morning. Yeah, I'm gonna do that adulting thing. But it has been a super successful stream. I've had a lot of fun with everybody tonight. It's been great conversation, great chats, some lovely surprises in there as well. No problem, Blaze. Thank you once again for the strat on the Red Book. Thanks again for joining. You have yourself a great night. I'm going to clear out some tile here. Do I have... Yes, I have Galadriel here now. That's what because I knew I was waiting on something. Galadriel, we're going to set you on... Yeah, we don't have our stamina reduction yet, so we can only do the 5. We'll get that going. Mr. Theoden. Still only get you up to that much. That's because we need to do this. For anyone wondering about that, I don't know if other people do it, but I am one of the rare ones. I spend a lot more gems than I probably should on apothecary speed ups, but I'm just impatient most of the time. Any good side commanders, burn would be good with him. I have a burn damage helmet. By the way, if you want to clear your tiles faster, you can just click on your tiles menu. Oh yeah, I know that, Chai. I'll show that to people today, but I wasn't even thinking about it. I just happened to see that level 1 tile sitting there. But yes, Blaze brings up a good point. For anyone that doesn't know about the land overview, if you just come up to your tile count and click on it, it actually sorts all your tiles from highest to lowest, puts all your forts up at the top. If you own any field barracks, that's what I call them anyway, like Bearmen Camp or Eagle's Nests or anything like that, they'll show up here as well. And you can clear tiles just by clicking the little X right beside them. And if you made a mistake and you realize, oops, I didn't actually want to drop that tile, you got half an hour to change your mind. If you need to sort your tiles to look for a specific one, you can even do that over here. It's a handy feature that they added. But it definitely makes clearing tiles en masse a lot easier. There's a lot of times I want to come in and clear like 8 or 10 tiles at a time. And so I just come in here, scroll down to, say, my 30s and just plow through them. I'll probably do that on Wednesday. I'm getting close to the limit again. Hey, Michael L. made it back. Will power sweeping work if I attack on tile and not the army that needs sweeping? Powerful sweeping works on mobs and tiles, I believe. It just doesn't work in PvP. I think that's how that works. I can't remember exactly though. I don't make use of powerful sweeping a whole lot myself, to be honest, Fleeting Dream. Michael L. I just remembered last week I suggested trying increased XP from tips. Oh, you did? Only one commander gets the experience. Really? Well, that sucks. I'm glad I checked your channel tonight. I love these live streams. Thank you for doing them. Well, thank you. I'm very glad you checked my channel as well. I mean, that sounds a little self-serving after, you know. But anyway, I'm genuinely happy that you checked it out tonight and joined in. I'm glad I could provide some entertainment and maybe some useful knowledge. And you know what? I absolutely love these streams too. It is a lot of fun. When they say the more the more the merrier, it's really true. Okay, so they both get the base amount of XP, but the commander. Okay, because I started to think about that after you talked to me about it. I thought if it did work where they both got the same amount, it would have made a commander like Merry and Pippin a little bit better. Because if you could increase this to get that 30 extra experience and then send them on a tip with like a level 1 commander, that level 1 would just fly right through the ranks. Alright, so we got Galadriel on her mock battle for an hour. We just sped up our Apo timer. We can now get a full Theoden. Hey, we can even get a full Eowyn again. Maybe we can take another 200. They reduced tip time. Still works though. Yes, that one I did know. And I don't think I've actually mentioned that in any videos or anything, so it's glad that we're talking about it now. Or good that we're talking about it now. Yeah, if you've got any of those commanders that reduce the time it takes to do a tip, any of those tips that take multiple commanders, if you send one of them on the tip, it reduces the time for both commanders, obviously, so because they're on the same tip. So yeah, it's neat. It is good. I do like certain commanders, just setting them up as basically tip commanders. Because sometimes you just want to fly through them faster to either get the gear, get the gold, or just get the respect for the commander. And like how close, I noticed earlier there, I was How friggin' close am I? Oh my god. I am... Is it down 10? Oh, yeah, maths. I'm 110 respect away from getting Gandalf the White. That's crazy. Should you not max out that buff for Merry and Pippin then? Ooh. That's what I'm working on. I've been putting the points into it. Yeah, Merry and Pippin, I personally don't ever end up using them on the battlefield. So I always make them a tip commander. But I don't really invest time into like prioritizing it. So they'll get there when they get there type thing. But I do have a lot of ability points to give people, so why don't we do that? We'll get this to 14. Now he's 1 point away from that being maxed. Ori, I am going to try Ori as a bit of an attack commander this time. I usually set him up as a tip commander too, but I don't know, for some reason I want to try going attack with him, but I don't think it's actually going to work. Freaking Denethor down there. I hate that guy. Useless commander he is. Aragorn, I've maxed out his Herald, and then with him, he's a siege commander. The big thing for him is to max out that logistics skill and then dedicate him as a siege commander for most of your attacks. He doesn't go after defenders, but once they go down, he can just smash those walls to pieces. And so yeah, Haldir here, this is, as we were talking about with his poison damage at respect 3, I've got Guide and Foresight maxed, increased damage, and ignoring avoidance, and now I'm going to stack up that poison damage and then go for forest agility so that everybody has a chance to attack, or the ranged units anyway, have a chance to attack twice per round. Boromir's got a point. We're just going to continue with lower defenses. Try and get that maxed. Aragorn's got a couple more points for Dunedain Chieftain. What are we doing with Gandalf now? Yeah, what are we doing with Gandalf now? We've got Mithrandir, we've got Convener maxed. Free Peoples? Or are we going over to White Council? Hey, Rakonic, how's it going? Yeah, Galadrim is a good ability. I personally do find that his Sylvan Elf is a bit better most times, though. So Rakonic, I'm not sure if you've been on Discord yet, but I did send you invites to a couple Discord servers that I had tried setting up. One is a template that I checked out. The other one is one that I was throwing together myself. Yeah, no, like whenever you get the chance to take a look, feel free, and yeah, we'll see if we can get a Discord server rocking. That would be awesome. Yeah, that is rough. I understand the schedule is probably not ideal for everyone, especially with the game being available in so many regions around the world. You know, I seem to have a fairly broad audience, which I really enjoy. I love chatting with people from all over the world. But it does make the stream schedule a little bit tricky that way. Not everybody can catch it at the ideal times. Such is life, though. It's just something I realized I was going to have to deal with. I think I might actually give him the gray. I want the healing. I'll try it out. If I'm not liking it, I will switch over to the other. Arwen, we're going to keep her healing going. And then we got one more ability point to give away. And that's just going straight into Arid Leader. Nice, Michael. Yeah, I remember, again, when I was Server 4 last beta as Mordor, we got fighting the Elves at one point, and a bunch of them had spec'd Haldir in a way I hadn't seen before, where they went Sylvan Elf and the Beast Tree and got Bearmen as soon as they could. And man, they had their March Wardens and Bearmen in combination on Haldir. Those things were rough, man. I started streaming at 4 a.m. there. Yeah, that's too early. Oh. Surrounded by beta players. Yeah. Hey, Firewind. Nice. Firewind pulled himself Gandalf the White from a Matham chest. Firewind's a good dude. Alright, so we've got 2 attacks now with him, 3 attacks now with her. Oh, I'm so tempted to go after another 200 now. So tempted. Is there a 200 grain tile around? That would be really nice. I love my grain. Can never get enough friggin' grain in this game. Oh, right there. But I can't reach it. One, 2, 3. So I would need a commander over here that could take 3 level 1 tiles. Aomer, yeah, okay. Because he can get over here extremely quickly. Awesome. We're going after a 200. We're going after another 200. But this time, we don't have Galadriel to save our asses. Theoden and Éowyn are taking this 200. Or I'm losing a bunch of troops and not coming away with a 200. And this will be the swan song of tonight's stream. Win or lose on this tile, we're going to call this stream when we see the outcome. So I'm actually going to get Éowyn and Theoden repositioned up here. They'll both have enough stamina to make an attack on that tile still. Yeah, buddy. Full send. Let's go. We're doing it. They impressed me so much on that last 200. I feel like I owe it to them to give them this one without Galadriel. I played in multiple betas, Cooper, and anyone that played in the betas got a gem refund come live for any money they spent in the betas. So that provided a fair number of us with a large number of gems to spend on Matham chests on day one. And I did get lucky with like tier 1 and tier 2 invitations. I was able to unlock most, if not all, tier 1 and then most of the tier 2 commanders. I was able to get a lot of respect levels up. It was just the tier 3 commanders that I only got the 1. But I mean, I say that realizing that I'm still extremely lucky to have the amount of commanders and even one tier 3 commander when there's a bunch of free-to-play players struggling, you know, with 2 or 3 commanders. One thing I will say though, there is a bit of an advantage to having a fewer number of commanders. A big problem that I find myself having with a large number of commanders is actually having too many to use. The experience gets spread out too much sometimes. You have to work a lot harder to focus on 2 or 3 commanders when you've got multiples. If you only have 2 or 3 or 4 commanders, then it's easy to stay laser focused on those commanders for respect levels, for gear, for all of that stuff. You know, yes, you're not able to take as many tiles and, you know, collect as much ring power or increase your resource production as fast as someone with more commanders. But, you know, I've got, like I said, I've got a 31, a 28, a 24, and then it's 15, 14, 19. You know, like, look how spread out the experience is. And this is mainly from tips. It's the other thing. I send these guys on to do tips. But I still find myself, if these guys run out of stamina, well, then I'll load up Gandalf with some troops and take some tiles with him because I still want to get him leveled up. But the tiles he's taking takes away from the experience that these guys should actually be getting, taking higher level tiles when they're ready. If it makes sense. It's close to getting Gandalf. Nice, man. Yeah, you will get there. 14 more chests. You know, that's one of the reasons that I do say that the monthly pack for the Matham coins is worth it, because they provide a Matham coin every day for 30 days, and that's all you need to guarantee Gandalf the White, is 30 of those opened. So it's an easy way to guarantee at least one Matham coin every day, is that second monthly pass. There's that, and the season pass are 2 of the 3 things, because I think both of the monthly passes are worth it. But the season pass and the 2 monthly cards, if possible. Like I said, that Matham coin from the second card, that can help with chest openings and getting commanders and respect levels and things like that. But it is a small investment. But as I said too, that's why I'm actually more excited for Season 2 and beyond than I am Season 1 here. just because I think the longer the seasons progress, the more balanced the game is naturally going to become. Because the longer the game goes on, the more the free-to-play players catch up to any of us that put any money into it. We've got that head start right now, but it will shrink because our progress will come to an end. You know, once we unlock the commanders, we can't unlock them again. Once we get their skills, we can't get those skills again. You know, once the free-to-play players catch up and we all have the same commanders, all with the same respect levels, at that point, the game is going to boil down to game knowledge, troop counters, compositions, and there is so much depth and strategy involved at that level. That's where I find most of the enjoyment. All right, we've got all our commanders here. So, wait, there's one. Nah, that's not any closer. All right, Éomer. Get over there. The anticipation. Dun dun dun. Can we do it? Yes, we cannabis. I love fast marches. That is the one thing after playing with the slow-ass trolls of Mordor. Being Rohan on the exact opposite end of the speed spectrum is great. Although I guess he's using eagles. But still. All the horsies. Really fast. All right. Here we go. Let's do this. Who are we sending first? You're going to take 4 minutes to get there. You're going to take 2 minutes to get there. So you're going first. All right. We got this. We got this all day. All day we got this. I don't even know what I'm worried about. It's just a friggin' 200. They're easy. Easy mode. Oh man, okay, I'm really glad I just checked that. I just all of a sudden had like a mini heart attack because I realized I took 3 tiles to get here. And I had mentioned earlier that I was getting close to tile limit. I thought all of a sudden I had a split second thought that with my luck, I'm going to be hyping this moment up, send my guys, they'll beat the 2 commanders, and then I'll be at tile limit and not actually take it. Whew. Check your tile limit before taking tiles sometimes. That is the worst feeling in the world. And I've felt it more times than I should have to because I'm I just haven't learned my own advice fully yet. Yeah, when you march on a tile, oh yeah, it's funny. When you march on a tile and all of a sudden, you know, you see that green thing pop up saying you won, but the tile doesn't change color. You're just like, what? Oh, I'm stupid, that's why. So, yeah. It would have been, that would have made probably for, you know, it would have made a great clip for a blooper reel had that happened. But luckily, I think I'll actually take the tile. Because I really want this tile. You've had that experience too, Pablo. It's not good, is it? It just feels bad. It just feels bad. Bill Connor, welcome back to the stream, buddy. How's it going? You've popped in just at the end. I will be the bearer of bad news there, Bill. That's Kaz. I keep forgetting that, Kaz. I always try and address you like you're someone new. I mean, that's the professional side of me trying to come back out. But anyway, hi Kaz, welcome. I'm trying to take a 200, my second 200 of the night with Eowyn and Theoden. And win or lose, that's going to be the end of the stream. But how is everything going for you there, Kaz? How's your launch week been? Oh, yeah. Cap. Goddamn Cap. Whoops, I forgot to send Theoden in. I was going to send him at the 2-minute mark, or just under, so that he'd arrive with her. But now I gotta wait. Well, yeah, draws, though, I mean, it doesn't make sense when you see... Oh, my God. Oh, wait, did I send Theoden first the last time? Whoa. Because, like, last time somebody did a lot better against the trolls. Okay, it was Theoden that did really well against the trolls. Oh my god, she didn't do well against the trolls. She did very, very bad against the trolls. Well, yeah, see, now this is a good example. This is a really good example of why not to do this. Like I said, unless you are super confident that you're going to take it, it may not be a great idea to go screwing around. Oh, God, Theoden. I could still pull him back, but... I probably should. But I just... Once I've sent them... Yeah, once I've sent them, I have a hard time recalling them. Although I know this is gonna... I know this is going poorly. Theoden's a beast, but I don't think he's this much of a beast to take on a commander and a half. Yeah, Carmen, that actually... It doesn't actually... Well, they beat the one. Oof. It doesn't actually... They won't attack the tile at the same time. If you send them to hit at the same time, you just won't have to wait for that second march. Okay. Eowyn, you go back. I might still I might still be able to pull this off. Oof. Just do that quick like a band-aid and it doesn't hurt so much. It does feel like I just got punched in the gut, though. Speeding up a 4.5 hour Apo timer. But she's getting those in 7 minutes. It's going to take her 4 minutes to get here. Oh my god, this is going to be cutting it so close. Yeah, this is going to be cutting it so close. I don't know, Kaz. It's got 11 minutes now. She's got 6 minutes for the refill. And it took her, what, 4? Oh man, it's going to be right down to the wire. Because it took her like 4 minutes. You YOLO'd 4 marches at a 200 earlier. Nice, Carmen. That's my style right there. I did that on one of my last servers in the beta. The faction I was in, we needed a fell fort down like immediately. And I was the only one even close to being able to take a 200. But I was still like a ways off, so I had to send like 6 commanders. 4 of them I think were way under leveled and got wiped immediately, and my main commander, I had to pull him off and reinforce him twice. I think like I had already relocated my settlement right next to the 200, so reinforcements were pretty well instant, but I'm pretty sure I had to pull him off and reinforce twice to take that, and that was like all my troops gone. I was out of that fight for a good 2 days recovering troops. But I got the tile. Houston, we definitely, yeah. I mean, I think we Houstoned our way out of it. I think we figured out how to get a square peg in a round hole, Pablo, but oof, yeah, it was a scary moment. Yeah. Because I'm trying to figure out, I don't even know if Theoden had hit first. I don't know if Theoden would have done enough damage to these guys for Éowyn to then finish them off and do any bigger chunk to these guys. So, I mean, Éowyn did an alright chunk to them, and Theoden hasn't left much to take care of here. I mean, he's about to die, but I think if Éowyn can actually get there, then I think it should be fine, but it's too far away to get any other commanders up here in time. I've used all my mounted units on these guys. Yeah, and like now it's too late. Now it's way too late. I've waited out the recovery time. I got 8 minutes. It would take more than that just to get someone up here probably, let alone the march over to the tile. But I think Éowyn's got a good shot at wiping this out if she can reach it. Nope, it's definitely not as easy as it looks. Like I said, I'm actually kind of glad that it worked out this way, because that 200 earlier, like I said, it actually went down a little bit easier than I expected it to. And I think it kind of gave a false impression of what attacking a 200 is like. This is a more common experience for people. Is this kind of thing happening here where you're like, yeah, I think I've got commanders that can take that out. I'm pretty confident. You throw the first one at it, and you almost cry when you read the report. Jesus, that was... Oh. That was so brutal to see. Well, I guess she did only have 400 Cavaliers on her. So... But here we go. We got a minute and a half until she gets there. Getting a 5K production. Yeah, it can take a little bit. You'll get there though. You'll get there. One tile at a time, Coop. Expectations versus reality, indeed. That would actually be a good... I should like clip that. These two 200s, and that would be a great little like short or whatever. Expectations, you wipe the tile nice and clean. Reality, you get your ass fucking handed to you. What, on a 200 bill? 4 hits to take a 200? Between 3 commanders? Ouch. Oh boy, okay. 20 seconds, like, because I gotta hit this march button as fast as possible. I can't waste any time. Because there's also the 5 seconds that it takes for the little attack bar to fill up. Go. It's going to take her 4 minutes. I think we got it. Oh my god. This is going to be crazy. Drum roll. Which RSS should I be going for most now? Wood and food. I'm always starving for. I always suggest grain. Like, if you ever find an open grain tile, take it. It's just, you always need grain for conscripting troops, apo timers, mock battles. Grain goes like crazy. If you're struggling for wood, then the next one you would want to focus on, would be wood. If you choose to focus more heavily on those two, you can then, as long as you upgrade your market to the right level, you can try and barter any extra of those resources into your other resources that you need, like stone and iron. I'm not sure if you make full use of your market, Carmen, but I've been constantly suggesting the market to people. Refreshing it, checking those offers. If you can ever get just the purchase offers for straight gold, those are always the dream, but it doesn't always happen. Sometimes you just get shafted and you don't even get any resource offers. Buggers. But yeah, I mean, if you're struggling, if you find yourself struggling for wood and food, then go ahead and go after extra wood and food. So like I said, I always like to see my grain higher than anything else. Although my lumber is still a little ahead. That's probably because I had to take so many goddamn forests getting through here. All the wood. Just all the wood. Alright, Eowyn. Minute and a half. Let's do this. I mean, I'm really glad that it's not like the tavern tip refreshes where that 50 gems increases each time you refresh the friggin' tavern. Being a set 150 gems to go through all your resets each day is pretty handy. The other thing, although this just increases the amount of gems you're spending each day, I do think it's worth it to spend the 200 gems a day, if you have them, on the 3-hour resource bonuses. If you then go to your warband store and pair them up with the 30-minute resource bonus you can buy there, that's 3.5 hours. All right, I've taken my mind off it long enough. 20 seconds to go. What do we think? Get your bets in now. Is it a W? Is it an L? What do we got? Yeah, I generally try and do the same thing, Michael. As you saw, like I just grabbed them now because I know the stream is going to be success. I know the stream's going to be ending and I'll be going to bed, so no, that feels really good considering how friggin' scared I was after reading that first report. And that was her last attack. So, huzzah! We got the W. It's all because of you guys. I would have lost that terribly had I been doing it off stream. You guys were willing that to happen. I know it. I could feel the energy. After the success we've had today on this stream, we couldn't end on that kind of a low point. Jeez, what was I thinking? You guys wouldn't have let that happen. Well, with all that being said, once again, this has been an amazing stream. Thank you so much, Raymond Ferris, Carmen. I'm going to do a quick email check just to make sure that I don't have to freak out and thank anyone else right away. I don't think so. If I do and I've missed anyone, I will definitely get around to it on the next one. But thank you so much, everyone, for being here. This has been a wonderful night. I hope we've been able to help out, answer some questions, have a good time. And until the next one on Wednesday, as always, good luck on whatever battlefield you find yourself on. Peace out.